Snapshot.
MLB's trade deadline came and went yesterday, and the Mariners made two notable additions. Reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez, that was part of the Luis Castillo deal with the White Sox over the weekend, plus a move yesterday morning for righty bat Taylor Ward. Seattle's back at it tonight with a series against the Tigers. Emerson Hancock gets the start. Casey Mize was scheduled to start for Detroit, but he was dealt yesterday during the deadline, so TBD on who Seattle's lineup will actually face.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Bump and I are live from Virginia Mason Athletic Center, where the Seahawks are set to kick off another day of training camp in a couple hours. Before we get to that, though, the trade deadline has come and gone. The Seattle Mariners have two new notable additions. Sir Anthony Dominguez, now that was the deal, obviously, over the weekend that sent Luis Castillo to the White Sox. They also added catching prospect Boston Smith. But the real move that we were talking about most of yesterday, and we'll continue with today, is the addition of righty bat Taylor Ward. Projecting to make you an all right-handed outfield, presumably, which is very intriguing. I think, Bump, I still expected them to add an arm at the deadline, which they did not. And we learned more from Justin Hollander yesterday with Wyman and Bob. Before I jump into it, what did the Mariners tell you with their trade deadline moves? That's where we're starting.
They did exactly what they said they were going to do. We heard hints and whispers of adding to the bullpen. Check. You heard, you need a righty that's good against these lefties. Check. And then you got the news of Luke Raley going down, possibly being out for the season. You check some boxes. You got a good prospect out of this thing. Are you going to do what the Dodgers do, collect these prospects and then flip them later? Are you going to develop this guy? This gives you options. You created room for Cade Anderson. You got rid of that six-man rotation. I think they did exactly what they said they were going to do. I know you said you were hoping that they'd get another reliever. They didn't do that. I was, I would have been happy if they did, but I also thought that all the boxes were pretty much checked. This would have been, when teachers used to give you like extra plus, A++, just to gas you up a little bit. I think it would have been like a B++ if they would have gotten that extra reliever. But no, they also told us that they think this team is still in the mix.
Yeah,
and they are still in the mix. You got the Rangers who've lost, 6 or 7 in a row.
Yep.
Jordan needs to calm down so the Astros can calm down.
He needs to chill. I think it's a little
ridiculous.
excessive. It's really ridiculous.
We get it. You're going to win the MVP.
It's annoying.
Get it. Like, calm down. But no, they also told the ball club, the guys who put on the jersey, run out there every day, we believe in you.
Yeah.
All right, but y'all got to play better internally, but we got you some pieces.
I think that's the single biggest thing the Mariners moves told me. The single biggest thing the Mariners told me with their trade deadline acquisitions is they still see themselves as being the team most likely to win the AL West. They are, still 3 games under 500, or did they add another 3 games under 500? They're not in first place in the division. And first place in the division is no longer a Rangers team that's all in on selling. It's an Astros team that's one of the hottest teams in baseball outside of the Red Sox. That's very unfortunate for you. However, the Mariners still clearly see themselves as the most talented team in the division. And that's not just me thinking that. That's Justin Hollander saying it. And I'll get to that sound in just a moment, but Justin Hollander and Jerry Dipoto still clearly see this team as contenders. And they did not act like sellers, despite being under 500, 100-plus games into the season. Now, I also think that with a weird trade deadline in which there were not nearly as many sellers, they also clearly didn't feel comfortable going all in on, giving up some top prospects for a reliever. I'll add, though, even last year with Cal Raleigh being as great as he was and with the team being as good as they were, they also didn't do that for Duran. So maybe it's just in general that Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander typically feel uncomfortable meeting that trade demand from other people. Either way, I would have liked to see a high leverage arm added, but I'm happy to see they weren't outright sellers when, look, this doesn't sound great, but there are people around baseball who wondered if they would be.
Yeah, it was legit. I think that when you don't have the success that you were hoping this team would have, when you were projecting this team would have, and you find yourself in this position, it's easy to look at the record and say, you're how many games below 500? 100-plus games in, yeah, you probably should be selling. But then you got to look to your left, look to your right, and realize that no one has really taken a hold of this division. Yep. So you have to play the game as it's being played. And as of now, you are tied for second in this division and have an opportunity. So, yeah, it was a very responsible type of trade deadline to me. I think you removed some money, right? Got rid of Castillo. That opened up some cash for you a little bit. Got a prospect. Got an arm, got a bat. Mm-hmm. Now let's just see if Taylor Ward can bring that game over here. His on-base percentage is on point, leads the league when it comes to walks. That's the type of guy that I think you could use. We could also use that guy last year that hit 37 bombs, but that's just not who he is this year. 7 bombs this year? Changed his game a little bit, but I think it fits.
All right, well, let's first find out why they didn't make more moves. Cut 4. This was Justin Hollander yesterday with Wyman and Bob.
But that's just part of it. You have to change your sight lines as the market changes. I don't think it ran us off, the idea of looking to do the right thing for this club. And, obviously we made 2 deals we think that help us. Tried to make a bunch more and couldn't line up.
So, again, we tried to make a bunch more, just didn't line up. There was the report that came out that the Padres, who are very unlikely to move on from Mason Miller, were asking about Cade Anderson. Yeah, I understand why the Mariners would not want to move on from him. Yesterday, you and I talked with Jason Churchill, and Church said, yeah, I wouldn't either. I don't know that I'd move on with him. So if that's what the Padres were asking for in order for them to budge, I get it. Would I like to see them add a leverage arm? Sure. They didn't. Moving on to Taylor Ward here, though. Let's go to cut 1. Justin Hollander said that the Mariners had their eyes on Ward for a while now.
He's a really good player. He's a guy that we've tried to acquire over the last couple of years. Hard to do deals in division, and we're never able to line up with the Angels when he was there. Really excited to get him now. It's a really good fit for us. We need more on-base skills, guys who can get on base and make the lineup churn. He's also a guy that hits right-handed, which, as you guys know, we've been pretty unbalanced all year long, and he will help us balance out our lineup.
Now, listen, Bump, the joke that wrote itself yesterday that I saw plenty of from people was, no, you need to drive runners in. Like, great, you have another guy that's going to get left stranded. And like, ha, I get it. I totally understand. Yeah. However, I'm sorry, but someone with that on-base percentage, someone who does draw walks, someone who can do that against left-handers, that's something your lineup didn't have.
Yeah, for sure. I get the joke because it's a valid joke. The Mariners struggle with runners in scoring position, but I'd rather have them in scoring position and have the opportunity than not, honestly. Yeah. And with the way that Naylor's been playing as of late, the way Cole has been swinging the bat, it feels like Cal is turning a corner as well. Julio's been okay. We got Randy. Yeah, get him on base and let's knock him in. Well, what happens if Taylor Ward taps into the Taylor Ward of old, the Taylor Ward of the past, the slugging Taylor Ward? You never know. Just like we're asking for this team to find it and go on a run, Taylor Ward might just show up and say, you know what? The game's a little different. I'm good for a few bombs while I'm here.
The way that I look at it is thinking like, look, would I love that version of Taylor Ward? Sure. Is that version going to show up with Taylor Ward being 32 and not doing it so far this year? Probably not, but think of it this way. Look, think of the moments when you've had 2 on, 2 out, Refsnyder's up and he strikes out. Base is loaded. Ref is up or someone else that's struggling against lefties and strikes out. What if that's walking in a run instead? What if that's a single instead? Right? You've had a much more consistent performer here that you added. And, like, while I would love for this team to add slugging, the slugging that you're going to get, you would not have found a better slugger than, like, Julio. There's not a bat better than Julio at his ceiling available on the market. And I know that's so annoying, and 9 times out of 10, I hate that argument. But it is fair this year. In fact, let's go to cut 6. Justin Hollander saying exactly that.
We have a lot of talent. If we're going to get to the playoffs, it's going to be because the guys that are mostly already here and that you guys have already seen in Mariners uniforms play really well over the next 50 or so games and into October. We wanted to do things to make the team better and to add to them, but ultimately our success or failure over the next 8 weeks plus October is going to be driven by the players we already had. We have a very talented team. We need everyone to put the pedal to the metal and be the best version of themselves, hopefully, over the last 2 months of the season.
Now, in my opinion, again, adding that arm would have made it to where your offense doesn't have to become the best offense in baseball because you can keep a lead with like a 2-1 game, right? But that being said, if you're looking at the issues with the offense, what, were you going to give up your 2, 3, and 4 prospects to go get Adley Rutschman from Boston?
No.
And again, that was never part of it. Would it have been intriguing to see them go get like Otto Lopez? Sure. Mm-hmm. they didn't. But, like, you're not going to get anyone better than the guys you have in your lineup. And it would be one thing if they weren't healthy. The Yankees needed to add some bats because Aaron Judge isn't out there. They have, like, legitimate guys that aren't out there with them right now, right? Wells has been off and on for them. The Mariners have Cal out there. Naylor's out there. Julio's out there. Those guys aren't on the IL right now waiting to come back, and you need to add a bat right now. They're there. So you either replace them with someone or they start performing.
I mean, before the season started, this was considered a World Series type roster. Just haven't performed to it. So I think you gotta hold on to that. Even though they're not performing to that level, you don't have the experts saying that for no reason. They didn't just get in a huddle and say, you know what, guys, we're going to gas up the Mariners this year. You know what, that's going to be our mission. No, they're going off of what they saw last year and the potential for this year. And we're still waiting for all these guys to click at the same time. So, yeah, I think they made the right moves. And if you are disappointed, I understand it. But I'm completely fine with keeping Cade, with keeping Sloan, with keeping Montez, because this is an organization that does things a bit differently than the Dodgers, right? You mentioned yesterday, Stacey, that prospects just mean more over here. They just do. And they are the developed type of organization. So, yeah, you got to have that sense of urgency to win right now, and I think the moves kind of showed that. But you don't want to sacrifice your future at the same time. It's a hard game to play because you want to make sure that you're giving your squad every opportunity to have that success this year, and also you're building towards the future. I think they played it the right way.
I agree. It's not like an A+ to me, but like this is a passing grade. This is a B deadline, and it's an understandable one because frankly their players have given them less than a B performance this year. I get a front office that didn't want to do more, even though if I'm playing with house money, I'm doing more, but I still believe in this team, and I think it was clear from their deadline moves that the front office still believes in this team. I really do. And Cut 5, this is just Justin Hollander talking about that exactly.
We have a chance to win the division. I agree. I do think we're the most talented team. We have a responsibility to our fans, to our partners. Like, our community embraces the Mariners. And when you have a chance to win, I think, you know, the normal resting position when you're 3 games under 500 this deep into the season is probably not to buy. But we're in a good spot still. We can go win the division. Once you get into the playoffs, anything can happen.
We have a responsibility to our fans to continue to compete.
That's
and
some
he's
real
right.
stuff.
Would trading Randy have made you better? Nope.
Nah, I don't think so.
Would trading George and or Emerson have made you better?
No.
Nope. And they could have gotten a prospect haul for any of those guys. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't make them better this year.
No.
And I think they had to consider that. Like, you have to think about it. Like, you're keeping Randy and you're not getting anything from him because he's not staying here.
No, he's not. But what you're getting is what you're retaining is your best bat. The guy who's been the most consistent all year. And that's why you deal with some of the stuff that we hear, the rumors that we hear. Who knows how true these things are? Who knows how serious it is? But if it's out there, there has to be some truth to it about how just, things might not be the greatest for him right now when it comes to relationships on this ball club. But it ain't about relationships. As long as that man is still producing, getting on base, driving runs in, hitting bombs, and at least playing some decent defense at times, then you deal with it.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Well, what's one of your lingering questions then from the deadline? Let's wrap up there. So we talked about what the Mariners told us and what the front office told us. Both of us felt like what they told us is that, yeah, they're not like 1,000% willing to risk everything to go all in this year, but that they are by no means sellers, that they still see themselves as winning this division. So what question do you still have?
What question do I have? When are we going to see Cade?
Okay.
I mean, because you made room for him. With Castillo, I'm going over to the White Sox. I'm sure, obviously, Castillo wasn't playing his best ball. He's getting a little long in the tooth, slowing down just a little bit. So you you made some space when it comes to money, but you also made some space when it comes to Cade and his development. So when do we see young Anderson?
A good question. Let's hear from Justin before you hear from me. Cut 8. This is what Justin had to say about Anderson.
Yeah, he's definitely in the mix. I think it's safe to say he was our 7th starter 3 days ago, and now he's probably our 6th starter. And if there's a time and a place where it makes sense for him to come to the big leagues, he's ready anytime. I know that. I know he's emotionally capable of doing it. It's hard to quibble with, that he's not ready physically to do it based on what he's doing. I think you could basically drop any major league pitcher in Double-A, and they wouldn't have performed as well as Cade Anderson has done. Like if you put Jacob deGrom and had him pitch for the Arkansas Travelers, I'm guessing he would have performed roughly like Cade Anderson has performed through the year. It's unconscionably good how he's performed. So Cade is definitely in the mix. Now that we're through the deadline, we'll sit down and we'll map out a plan that makes the most sense for him to impact the big league team if there's a spot to do that. So he's in the mix, and we'll see where it goes as we have conversations over the next week or so.
I do not anticipate that getting in the mix for Cade looks like just doing what Matt Brash would have done for this club. It doesn't look like to me putting him in really high leverage situations as like his debut into the bigs. It looks like to me if there's an injury, Cade's the next man up. Or if you get into a position where you want someone to eat some innings and you're in a playoff run and it's more of like, not quite like what a middle reliever would be, but like you're putting him out there for like 3 innings in a low leverage situation to just kind of to let him warm up and let him get that
Wet his
work.
beak.
Then yeah, that's what it looks like. But I'm not expecting the way to work in Cade to be, oh, you didn't get Mason Miller at the deadline, so get Cade. That's not what I think is going to happen here.
Now, I think you have to ease them in, but as soon as you feel comfortable, now it's time to go because you're going to need that arm if you're really going to make a push in the playoffs. But it's about, bringing these guys on the right way. Everyone's different. Some guys are ready to go. You can throw in there. It sounds like Hollander loves what Cade has been doing, but I also think that they understand how to do this. They've done it. We've seen it over the years with Brash, with Kirby, Hancock. I mean, this is what they do. So if there's anything I'm not concerned about, is the way they're going to handle Cade.
Where did Sam Darnold fall in the 2026 quarterback tier list? That's coming up in 15 minutes right now. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, rewrite!
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Alex Rodriguez announced on Seattle Sports earlier this morning that he'll be returning to Seattle this weekend for the team's 50th anniversary celebration. What's the real headline?
Well, now we know the only 50th anniversary member who definitely won't be here is Luis Castillo.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, ain't it? Top 50
deserves to be here.
Hey,
sure.
but you ever been to Illinois?
No.
You're top 50, but we're gonna see you in Illinois. Yeah, it's. I think A-Rod should be here. I think he should be recognized for what he did with the Mariners. I think that Castillo is well-deserving. Kind of weird with the Castillo situation and with A-Rod. I know the Texans are going to get fired up right now. He shouldn't be here. He's a traitor. He chose money. He chose his future. All right, he got that bag, and I know he said he wasn't doing it for the money. He was going to be here.
He was.
But let me put a check in front of you right now, Bobby's dad. How much you get paid, Bobby's dad? All right, I'll quadruple it right now, and I'll move you to the other side of the state. I bet you'll consider it.
Yeah. You cannot put together, in all honesty, you cannot put together an honest list of the 50 best Mariners and not include Alex Rodriguez.
No.
But you just can't. And there's going to be some names on this list that some people go, oh, I never really liked him, or like, oh, I don't know that I consider him like a career Mariner. Like, the list cannot be full of just Griffey, Ichiro, and Edgar. You're going to have guys on here who rubbed people the wrong way or did whatever, but they were part of the story of the 50 years of the Mariners. And Alex Rodriguez is a big part of that story. Just because it didn't end in a way that feels good doesn't mean that he's not one of the best hitters they've ever had, that he wasn't an important part of an important era. It tells the story.
Yeah. Forget emotions. Look at the stats. Look at the facts, and easy in.
There's also a good interview this morning with Brock and Salk. It's going to be on the Brock and Salk podcast, but I think a really
Interview
honest
A-Rod?
conversation. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Really
Okay.
honest conversation with A-Rob. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Seahawks Hard Knocks debuts tonight on HBO. What's the real headline?
You know what? In the end, maybe the biggest star is going to be the guy at the top. Bump, we've spent the summer wondering who's going to be the breakout star. Is it going to be Witherspoon? Oh my God, he talks so much. Is it going to be, this guy trying to make the roster? At least 2 clips I've seen now. I think Mike McDonald is going to be the star of Hard Knocks.
Man, Mike McDonald is the coolest,
He's the coolie guy.
nerdiest dude in the league right now. Like, if you saw that clip with Nick and Mawari, the way he handles it. You know what's crazy? I was looking at Nick, and he's, obviously he's had surgery, so he's rolling around in that little scooter, one-leg scooter. And you can always tell when someone is injured because the braids ain't tight. The beard ain't put together. I've been there. I've been injured a couple times, and it's kind of like all you want to do is rehab, and go home. Like, it's just you fall into this place where it can be dangerous, right? You got to find a way to stay involved with the team somehow and be active. So that's what stuck out to me the most in a clip that I saw is that Mike is the coolest nerd I know, and Nick and Mawari, I've been there. You know what I'm saying? Just don't fall into a dark place, which I don't think he is. But when I did, braids were not tight. Beard was not shaven. I was chilling.
I know the cameras have been around for a while, but I don't know when exactly they started filming. Assuming it wasn't that long ago, Eamon Wari on a scooter doesn't look ready for week 1.
I'm not worried about that.
Really?
Yeah, it could.
Okay.
It's just don't put no pressure on this thing. It'll probably start rehabbing in a couple weeks.
That was I'm going to be 100% on. That was my first thought when I saw the cut. Like 2 seconds in, I thought, a scooter.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, a scooter. For what it's worth, when we saw him at camp last week, he had kind of like a crutch thing, but he wasn't scooting. So I'm assuming that he's made some progress there, and that that clip was shot, not a long time ago, but not yesterday.
Like a week ago.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the first thing I thought was this doesn't look like someone who's playing out there week 1.
No, it doesn't look like it.
I thought there would be something more encouraging.
No, that was it.
It doesn't look like it, but and then I turned to look at you right? Yeah.
I think he'll be fine.
Okay.
Headline 3, Mariners outfielder Luke Raley will miss the rest of the season with an elbow injury that's apparently been plaguing him for years. What's the real headline?
Oh, so that's why they traded for Taylor Ward. Who's the other guy that they got? Nolan. I'm blanking on his last name.
Nolan Jones.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I saw someone say Nolan Jones kind of replaces what Raley would be, that Taylor Ward is really just giving you what Refsnyder was supposed to be, minus the power. And that's kind of how to look at it. But Ward being able to be an outfielder, to do all that, it makes much more sense now, considering you're not getting Raley back.
Could you imagine if Ward comes on and he's exactly who he's been? Donovan comes back. He's who he was before the injury, and then everyone just does their thing. I mean, I see why people are holding on hope to this team because the pieces are there, but you got to find a way to execute. This next few series, it's going to be tough out there too, man.
Yes.
They have some tough series coming up, so if there's time to turn it up, this is the time.
An absolutely brutal schedule. I think the way I'm seeing it is if Donovan comes back, I'm not expecting the Donovan that was OPSing over 1,000 near the first month of the season, but just a Donovan that gets a chance to warm up. Likewise with Ward, I'm not expecting a guy that has a ton of slug, but a guy that can get on base instead of striking out for a team that's been strikeout prone in those moments. And maybe I'm just clinging to Cal's had some hard hit balls lately. Josh Naylor's getting on base. He's heating up. Julio is actually out there now, back from concussion IL and a chance to get better. I think I'm still looking at those 3 as giving you the best chance, as opposed to Brennan Donovan looking like he did in April or May.
Yep, they should take the pressure off of those guys.
Yeah.
The names you just named should take the pressure off of everyone else, and they should be just follow my lead. It's time to make a run.
Last year, Mike Sando's 2025 quarterback tier list had Sam Darnold coming in at number 20. Well, a new list just came out today. Let's see where Darnold ranks. That's next.
The Mariners have acquired. The trade deadline is in the books. Where do the Mariners stand now?
Orioles outfielder Taylor Ward.
They get some offensive help they've been seeking. Most people thought they're going to get 2 guys. You're going to get a bullpen arm, and Sir Anthony fits a lot of that, and you're going to get a right-handed hitting, very competent pro.
You've got 87 walks, hitting 246. I'll take that right now for the Mariners.
Complete coverage at SeattleSports.com and the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Are you squeezing every last bit out of your summer? Looking for a fun add to your itinerary? I have the perfect trip already planned for you at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Make a whole weekend out of it. Here's what you need to do. You head up Friday and treat yourself to a delicious dinner at the steakhouse. On your way to dinner, become a free member of Reef Rewards, allowing you discounts on gas, dining, hotel, and the spa. And Saturday, get yourself a tea time at Loomish Trails. Make sure you get there early, check out the ranch, and walk the historic clubhouse. It is beautiful. After your round, enjoy a Saturday night dinner at the Cantina or the Red River Cafe before live entertainment. Sundays for the spa. Relax and recharge with a massage and treatment and work out those kinks and knots and just unwind a little bit. But before you head home, plan your next weekend at Silver Reef. Maybe see Crazy Train, Howie Mandel, or Guns for Roses. All you got to do, take I-5 exit 260, silverreefcasino.com.
Right now is a good time to try to save money, and one of the easiest ways to save, taking the First Mark Challenge. Mike and I took the First Mark Challenge a couple years ago, and we have saved thousands of dollars since then on our insurance. Here's how First Mark Insurance works for you. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for you and your family. And when you need them and pick up the phone, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark Insurance year after year. So take the First Mark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation. And you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them, and I'm one of them. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? No cost, no obligation. They simply show you whether they can find you lower premiums, better coverage, or both. Your savings start tomorrow. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
August is always a time of excitement because football is back. But anyone that watches practice or preseason games knows how much work needs to be done before the season starts. If you're feeling the same about your home project, Harley Exteriors wants to help you get a head start on making sure your home is ready for fall football nights. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off your final project. Spend a few minutes with the folks at Harley Exteriors during your free estimate, and you'll realize you have a lot in common. They love our local teams, they're good at what they do, and they'll take care of your home. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home project this month and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
HarleyExteriors.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Need a heavy lift? Levitt Machinery is now your Taylor lift equipment dealer in Washington and Oregon. Engineered for extreme duty durability, Taylors are designed for demanding environments with uptime built into every machine. When the work is tough, Taylor delivers. And now backed by Levitt Machinery in the Pacific Northwest. LevittMachinery.com. Give us a call today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Summertime is Pacific Power Batteries time. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But we do sell more batteries in the spring and summer because you folks are all out there doing stuff. Golf carting and boating and buzzing around on stuff that needs batteries. Well, when's a good time? How about tomorrow? We're open 7 days a week to test any battery and let you know the honest answer. Summertime and the cranking is easy. Happy trails from Pacific Power Batteries.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Athletics' Mike Sando released his 2026 quarterback tier list. We'll find out where Sam Darnold fell this year. I'm going to start by telling you where he was last year. He came in at number 20. This was after, obviously, a wildly impressive season with Minnesota, heading into a season with Seattle. It was a huge jump up from where he was before, and people just recognized.
You think so?
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is people recognize, like, oh, wow, Sam Darnold's better than we thought. So last year, he was 20 is how I'm starting this. This year, he is in a tie at number 14. The description says, so more panelists than not, 32 to 18, voted that he be in Tier 2, still 18 votes for Tier 3. He was in Tier 3 last year, so now in Tier 2, improving by 6 places, obviously. It says, Darnold's climb over the past 3 seasons is rare for an established starter. Sam played his butt off the last 2 years, a head coach said. It's a full tier better than runner-up Daniel Jones among the 19 quarterbacks who appeared in all 3 surveys and debuted before 2024, so making the single biggest jump over a combined 2-year period. So, again, I think that's a good amount of respect for Sam. If you're curious about the quarterbacks ahead of him, he's tied with Baker Mayfield. Quarterbacks immediately ahead: Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy at 11, Jordan Love, Jared Goff at 8, a tie with Drake May, Dak Prescott, and then you get into names you hear about all the time. Justin Herbert in there at Tier 2. Lamar Jackson is 5, and then obviously Mahomes, Allen, Stafford, Burrow in Tier 1.
I'm not mad at this.
No.
I'm not mad at it. If I want to be nitpicky, man, I'd be like, well, Jaden didn't play a full year last year. Put our guy in front of him, scoot him and Baker up and bring Jaden down. But we all know what Jaden looks like when he's healthy. That rookie season, one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen, getting to the conference championship game. No, I think this is a good spot for him. I'm not mad at this. This doesn't feel Rams-esque disrespectful, not paying attention to you type stuff, because there's no one in front. I think Caleb is going to have a great year. Obviously, Brock is in a good system. Jordan Love is in a good system. We will never disrespect Jared Goff again. Drake May had an MVP season last year. Dak, when he's healthy, he's going to put up numbers. Justin Herbert is probably the most gassed-up elite quarterback in this league, but we understand why he's there.
Talented.
And then the rest, it is what it is. I think if he has another year like he had last year, just minus a few turnovers, he could bump up to the top 10.
I absolutely think, if nothing else, he can get just outside of it. You got Brock Purdy at 11 right now. Caleb Williams there, obviously. I could even see Caleb Williams being a little higher. But, think of it this way. Sam Darnold's 14, and that's low for a lot of fans. He's ahead of Trevor Lawrence. Got a massive deal from the Jags, was a number 1 overall pick. He's ahead of Jalen Hurts, who also won a Super Bowl, but whom people have their own questions about. He's ahead of Bo Nix, obviously a first-rounder, Denver's franchise guy. He's ahead of him. C.J. Stroud, Daniel Jones. I would be more offended if someone like Bryce Young, Kyler Murray, certainly. Kyler Murray, there's a lot of hype around him for this year. I'd be really offended if he was closer to Sam Darnold. He's not. So I think it's a pragmatic take and look at Sam Darnold that doesn't give him the upside that some younger players have. If Sam Darnold was 26 or 25, I'm fully confident he'd be like 11.
Yeah. It's just your history follows you in this league. And even if you've reached the mountaintop and won a Super Bowl, people are going to – they still got that stank on you. You still got that Jet stank, that Panther stank, that Niners – I wasn't really too stanky with the Niners. Didn't play that much. But people still perceive you a certain way. So once you're down in the dungeon, it takes a lot for you to make that climb. That's why in the article they say themselves, like, this has been the biggest climb we've seen out of an established starter, because your stank follows you. It's like a baby with a diaper. He can be in the living room and I'm upstairs. If he's been upstairs, I smell the stank.
It takes a while. I know that one Super Bowl win, it undoes a lot, but not everything. And that's kind of what Trey Wingo was saying. Cut 14, this was Trey Wingo on with us a while ago. He thinks doubters will continue to follow Darnold.
When I mean this, I don't mean win a Super Bowl, but consistently show up in playoff games. That's going to be a thing, right? We talked about it when he was in Minnesota, and wow, they stumbled down the stretch, and then he played poorly in the playoff game. He does this for a couple more seasons, wins at least one playoff game in each one of these upcoming seasons. I think it will be less of a story. But I think it is going to be a story, especially, like you said, with the changes in the coaching staff and Kenneth Walker not being there.
So, again, unless you have more playoff wins, because I think that people last year, Sam Darnold, his regular season with Minnesota makes like 95% of his case with Minnesota because they looked and he looked pretty atrocious in the postseason. And so it's almost like people knocked him for that. For Seattle, they won the NFC title game against the Rams because of Sam Darnold, but that defense is obviously going to give you so much credit. Unfortunately for Sam, that was his best game as opposed to the Super Bowl. So I think that, like, even if the Seahawks don't win a Super Bowl, which I think they absolutely can, but even if they don't, a Sam Darnold that's sharp, that doesn't turn the ball over, that makes plays in a divisional game, I think that does a lot for how people see him around the league. And Albert Breer, in Cut 12, thinks there's absolutely a world where Sam keeps building.
I feel like people should stop saying it was just Kevin O'Connell and Justin Jefferson. Those guys are great, but, like, we've now seen him kind of acquit himself well in 3 different spots in 3 years. And so what I'm fascinated to see, Brock, is now he has a chance to build on it for the first time. You know what I mean? Like, so those 3 years were kind of one off in San Francisco, one off in Minnesota, his first year in Seattle. Now, for the first time, he's had success and he has a chance to build on it.
I think that was a fair take. Is like there's only so much that you can link to the coordinators and the pieces around him before you got to start giving Sam a little more credit too.
He's throwing the rock. You know, he's making the decisions. He is leading the team. He is instilling confidence in this offensive line and pass catchers and running backs, tight ends when they're out there. I mean, he's a big part of this. And you can look at his shortcomings, all right, the turning the football over and all that good stuff and highlight it. Can't ignore it. I get it. He's had 4 game-winning drives in the regular season. He didn't turn the football over one time during the playoffs, and he played the game necessary to win in the Super Bowl. And that's a lot, man, because you can get into moments where you feel like I have to make the play. I want to make this play, which is great, but that's where big mistakes start to happen. And you got to learn just to be humble and take a sack and throw the football away. And I think if he can tap into that, if he could be okay with, you know what, we're going to go 3 and out, but my defense is going to have my back. If he can just tap into that and realize he has the support around him to run this thing back, he's going to take another step. And I'm excited to see it. It's fun to see a quarterback grow in year 8. You know, like you're watching 6, 7, and 8. My man has made the biggest growth. But usually by this time, if you haven't made it in this league, you're a backup quarterback, and you're going to be holding a clipboard, and you'll come in for 3 or 4 games a year, and the crowd's going to love you. Yeah. He has a unique opportunity. Not too many quarterbacks have the opportunity that he has.
Do you think the assumption that some people make is that because, like, I think it's perfectly fair, no disrespect to Sam, but I think it's perfectly fair that Sam isn't one of the 4 quarterbacks in the Tier 1 category.
Yeah.
And I also think it's perfectly fair, and he can prove me wrong, to say I don't think he's that quarterback in the NFL. Mm-hmm. But do you think that what happens for a lot of people is that any quarterback not in that group of 4, maybe 5 guys, you just kind of, that people kind of think like any success they have is tied to something else. Any success they have is fleeting. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That instead of just saying, no, Sam Darnold's great and he can get better, the second that someone accepts, but he'll never be elite like, you know, Patrick Mahomes, they just go, oh, well, then he'll fall off eventually. It's like there's such a fleeting belief in someone who isn't clearly elite.
Yeah, what's funny is he proved it last year that you don't have to be elite of the elite. He's got something that Lamar doesn't have, that Josh doesn't have. He's got a Super Bowl. It's a team sport. Football is the ultimate team sport. It's the only sport in the world where you find a 6'5", 300-pounder and a 5'10", 175er on the same field playing the same game. That lets you know right there just how different positions are and how much camaraderie and philosophy and culture you need to win a championship. And it's about the right fit. And hopefully Fleury, which I know he has studied who Sam is, what he does best, what he struggles with, and is devising game plans week by week to suit what his quarterback can excel at. 253
says it does suck. They kind of keep moving the goalposts on Sam. I'll agree with the 253 that they keep moving. You think they keep moving the goalpost for him?
No.
You don't?
I don't think so. I think that he's had more bad years than good years. I think that he is a quarterback that does need more help than the top-tier guys. And I think that one more year, he'll be a little higher right where he belongs.
Here's why I think the goalposts keep moving, because the question about Sam keeps moving. When Sam was signed here, every other question I heard asked of national people were, can you win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can. The
Clearly.
Seahawks and Sam Darnold have proven that. Now the question is, well, is Sam Darnold an elite guy? No one was asking that. No one was asking that question a year ago. And then again, like prior to what happened in Minnesota, the question was, can you survive a season and get to the playoffs with Sam Darnold? They did that. And then it was, okay, but can you really win 14 again with Sam Darnold? He did that. Like he keeps answering the questions that are put in front of him. So then the questions become more and more unreasonable. Well, can you win a second Super Bowl with him? Aaron Rodgers hasn't won a second Super Bowl. No one is asking if Sam Darnold is elite. No one, I think the demands people keep having for Sam Darnold keep getting higher. Can you win a Super Bowl? Yes. I think the questions should be, can Sam Darnold cut down interceptions? You know what I mean? Like, can Sam Darnold...
That's the one I hear the most is turnovers. I don't think I've heard, can you win it again? I think as a team, it's just hard to go back-to-back. That's why we hardly see it. But the main knock with Sam is just his turnovers, right? And I think if he cleans that up, then the goalpost ain't moving anymore. I don't even think it moved. I think that's just a real thing. He turns the ball over.
Maybe this is just a complaint I have about sports in general, that we tend to move the conversation to a question no one was asking. So maybe this is just me ranting about something. Someone actually said, I actually think Sam's moving the goalpost, which is pretty cool. That's a great point from the 206. And I think you're right. But I think it's just, in general, like, sports fans, sports critics, sports analysis typically involves a constant moving of the goalposts because we're always going to ask more and more questions of someone. But sometimes it's like, but no one was saying that. No one was asking that.
Yeah. I think the only one that is immune to the goalposts being moved at this point is Pat Mahomes, because he's got 3 of them things. I think everyone else, Josh Allen, can you do it without a defense? Lamar Jackson, can you stay healthy and operate from the pocket? Like, there's always something for every quarterback.
We'll get back to the Seahawks at 11 with ESPN Seahawks reporter Brady Henderson. Coming up next, Alex Rodriguez joined Brock and Salk to explain his decision to return to Seattle after 25 years.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob, 2 to 7.
Seahawks out here, Hard Knocks film crew is out here. You kind of have to look for them. They did take up the whole gravel parking lot out there with all their trailers. Oh, did they? Yeah, but I think Mike McDonald, this is right up his alley, right? Like how to ignore it and don't worry about all of that stuff. He's all about that. It's going to be interesting to watch what footage they use, and they're out there recording everything. They got it dialed in. They've done this before.
On Seattle Sports. Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Bellwether Appraisal Company reminds parents swimming is a healthy outlet for kids if we remember to put safety first. Make sure your children are visible by a responsible adult or lifeguard at all times. Sign your children up for swimming lessons and provide them a flotation device for added safety. Always check swimming conditions in advance and coach your kids to never swim alone. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Bellwether Appraisal Company, specializing in step-up in-basis and estate appraisals, online at bellwetherappraisal.net.
This summer, the honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich and pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point, a little
little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel? You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
My goal is what's best for the customer. You know, I truly believe that I won't ever deviate from that.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
50 legends. One unforgettable night. Join the Mariners at T-Mobile Park on Saturday, August 8th for 50 season celebration night presented by Daktronics.
A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King.
Arrive early to witness an epic pregame ceremony featuring the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled.
Junior with a 2-run home run. Everybody is going bonkers.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
No hot water at 6 a.m. is no way to start your week. The Fast Water Heater Company has been the one to call in Seattle since 1986. And now, as part of Fast Home Services, they're making it even easier. Dave Wyman here. Get $200 off a new tank water heater or $400 off a tankless installation. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In Cut 16, Alex Rodriguez, where we're starting, announced that he's going to be part of the Mariners' 50th anniversary celebration.
Well, I got a call from Mr. John Stanton. At that point, I felt like I got a call from the principal's office. And I say, I hope I'm not in trouble, but John and I built a nice relationship with my days on Sunday Night Baseball and coverage of playoffs. And he invited me to the very special weekend to be part of the top 50. So I'm very excited.
Mariners fans have obviously mixed emotions about this bump, but I don't think you could have had this 50th anniversary celebration celebrating the 50 best players without one of those players being A-Rod.
If they had the 10 best player celebration, he should be invited to that. So 50 is just, that would be ridiculous if he wasn't invited to this. And I understand the feelings that Mariners fans could have with A-Rod. And especially in that moment when it goes down, when he goes against his word, but he's getting all this money. You were just reading me quotes from people back during that time.
Oh, it was funny to read.
I want to know just how those same people feel right now. If you still feel the same way, then good for you. You're standing on your morals and whatever you believe. But we're talking baseball. We're talking hitting, fielding, running, all that good stuff. That we're talking baseball. We're not talking about feelings. And I think that's where you got to separate those things, whether it comes from the 50 greatest, Hall of Fame, whatever it is. When we're just talking about the sport itself, whether you're connected to a team or a hall, you got to take it for what it is. What was he on paper? On paper, clearly, top 50.
Curtis, I would have been reading these during the break. Obviously, you guys are in studio and we're out here, but I was looking at quotes that ESPN interviewed Mariners fans in 2000 to ask them about the deal, and it is so fascinating looking back at what people are saying. So, like, for instance, this was a fan from Renton, Washington. I was hoping he was going to re-sign with us, but at $252 million, no way. No one's worth that much money. I'm happy the Mariners showed fiscal responsibility by not matching the offer. It's just so fascinating to look at, like,
that's chump change now.
Well, and there are people these are interviews from 2000. These are Mariners fans at the time. There are certainly people that are like, I would say more than half the comments are people going, he showed money means more to him than anything. He said he wants to win, but what, is he going to win with the Rangers? No, he's not. Like, that's ridiculous. I'm glad the Mariners didn't pay this much money. But look, this is just what free agency became, unfortunately. I would be angry at the time too. It is interesting though to look back at some of these comments at people going like, no way, you can spend all that money on other more important players. Good riddance.
It's also like somebody has to be the canary in the coal mine.
And
like
that was him with free agency.
Yeah. Like no one had ever made that kind of money in baseball.
Yep.
And also no one had really made a jump from organization to organization like that the way he did. And he just happened to be the first. Now $252 million, like Bump said. I mean, we all scoff at that number. Like, that's it? That's all they're getting? Like, every major free agent signing in baseball now is signing for $350-400 million.
Exactly. This one says, who can expect to pay an infielder basically $25 million per year? It's just fascinating. Okay. Now, this does mean a lot to Alex Rodriguez, and he made that clear. Let's go to cut 18. He was asked if this opportunity to come back was really important.
You know, in hindsight, of course, because of the emotions I had, but I mean, I've been getting booed there for 27 years, so I kind of had lost hope that this story would come full circle, and I'm over the moon, and thank God for the opportunity.
Let's quickly jump to cut 20. Says he doesn't know that he's going to get cheers. Take a listen.
Well, I'm not sure there'll be cheers. I guess there will be cheers because my family will be with me. There'll be at least a handful of people. And I'm going to tell them to cheer really loud so they can mute the other 45,000 that'll be booing out of their minds. But look, I mean, I guess Mike and Brock, I challenge you with just a fun quiz here or a question. I mean, if you guys are up for free agency and you're 24 years old and one offers you, X and the other one offers you $150 million more, where would you guys go?
I'm gone.
Look, here's what I'll say.
Gone.
I'm not passing judgment on who A-Rod is as a person right now. This isn't me saying, like, leave A-Rod alone. Let's say A-Rod, you fill in the blank. This could be any person. Am I going to be mad 27 years later at someone who made a decision to take more money when they were 24?
Nah, shouldn't be.
I don't think I would.
No.
I don't think I would be mad at that person. I might not. This isn't me. Like, if you just don't like A-Rod, like right now, you're like, no, A-Rod right now, I just don't like A-Rod. I don't like who he is. Fine. I'm not going to, for 27 years, nearly 30 years later, hold that against someone who was 24 taking money that he had never seen before.
Yeah, no, it's man, go back to when you were 24, man, and what a few $1,000s meant to you. Now, imagine getting $150 million more. You have to take it. It's generational money. You take care of your family for life. Everyone's set. This is partly why you play baseball, play any sport. You play for the love, but then you have an opportunity to take care of your folks. You do that.
All right. There's also another part of the interview that we don't have time to get to where he's asked, like, what advice would you give Russell Wilson, who also burnt a couple bridges on his way out? Really interesting conversation with Brock and Salk. That's going to be on the Brock and Salk podcast. And then, again, that news this morning, the A-Rod will be coming back here to Seattle as part of that 50th anniversary celebration for the Mariners. Today's pitching matchup brought to you by Eastside Exterminators. Emerson Hancock gets the ball for the Mariners. Casey Mize was supposed to be tonight's starter for Detroit, but he was traded to San Diego. So TBD on who Seattle's going to be facing. Back to the Seahawks next with ESPN Seahawks reporter Brady Henderson.
The Mariners have acquired, but trade deadline is in the books. Where do the Mariners stand now? Orioles outfielder Taylor Ward.
They get some offensive help they've been seeking. Most people thought they're going to get two guys. You're going to get a bullpen arm, and Sir Anthony fits a lot of that, and you're going to get a right-handed hitting, very competent pro.
You've got 87 walks, hitting 246. I'll take that right now for the Mariners.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com and the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hey, I know something you probably haven't done in a while. Climb into your crawl space or your attic. Yeah, me neither. Mike Salk here. And most homeowners avoid those areas for good reason. But it's important to check on them regularly, especially here in the Northwest, where groundwater can wreak havoc and many homes lack the proper insulation in these spaces. So when it's hot in the summer, your house gets even hotter. And guess what? When it's cold in the winter, your house gets even colder because you don't have enough insulation. The good news, you don't have to crawl into those dingy areas, because Crawl Pros will do it. They go where you don't want to. That's what they did at my house. They found a little rodent intrusion, and they found the insulation problem. So, yeah, they can help you get it all fixed, just like they did with me. And if you need any work done, local utility companies offer rebates that could save you thousands on your project. Don't just assume that your crawl space and attic are in great condition. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. You know I love my acronyms, PCF. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I, and we just loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. You know, most people who start with a design package end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place with
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
MLB's trade deadline came and went yesterday, and the Mariners made two notable additions. Reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez, that was part of the Luis Castillo deal with the White Sox over the weekend, plus a move yesterday morning for righty bat Taylor Ward. Seattle's back at it tonight with a series against the Tigers. Emerson Hancock gets the start. Casey Mize was scheduled to start for Detroit, but he was dealt yesterday during the deadline, so TBD on who Seattle's lineup will actually face.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. ESPN Seahawks reporter Brady Henderson joining us now. Brady, tonight is the debut of Hard Knocks. Obviously, you're around this team a ton, but obviously you don't see everything. So what are you personally most curious to watch?
I am, obviously the Hard Knocks episodes, like for people who haven't watched the show, they typically focus on the star players for the first couple episodes, really, get people interested, by kind of establishing the big names and the big storylines. So I'm interested in learning some things I maybe didn't know about some of the star players. I believe that they have followed Leonard Williams around during the offseason a little bit from what I heard. So, he's probably the most interesting guy on the team. So that's the first thing that comes to mind is, are they going to get into his Magic the Gathering, his how he's a big fan of that, and I know he does a bunch of spearfishing and all that stuff. So probably just learning a little bit more about Leonard Williams is the thing that comes to mind first.
Brady, as you know, it's impossible to see everything at practice, right? We're all scattered around and trying to figure out, okay, what's going to be our focus for the day. What's your process? Do you say, okay, today I'm looking at this group, the next day I'm looking at that group, or do you kind of go out there and kind of feel it?
Well, the first thing I do is, they have fresh rosters, like updated rosters in the media room every morning. So I'll grab one of those. And then, for the first, 15, 20 minutes or so of practice, I will spend that just, take and roll, basically crossing people off the roster as I see them. And that way, if somebody is there or is not there or is there but doesn't look like they're practicing, then I can just take a note of that and know that, hey, maybe this is something I need to ask about. So that's the first thing. And usually at that time, it's just kind of warming up and stretching and doing some agility drills. And then there's no real set process. I just kind of bounce around and look for things that are going to catch my eye. If I know who is speaking at the podium after practice, then maybe I'll pay a little bit of attention to them. But I really don't have like a set process. I kind of just look for things that are interesting that I'm going to want to learn more about.
Speaking of players that will catch your eye, has the rookie Jadarian Price done that yet?
He has, yeah. And, and just real quick, back to Bum's question, that there's a couple of drills that you really want to watch in training camp. And one is the blitz pickup drill between the running backs and the inside linebackers, and another is the one-on-one pass rush drill between the offensive line and the defensive line. And going back to Price, he's definitely worth watching in that blitz pickup drill, because that is going to be, his pass protection is going to be one of the things. As this is not, exclusive to him. This is the case with every young running back. How much can they trust you in pass protection? That's going to go a long way in terms of how much you play and on what down you play. So, as we all know, if you want to play on third down, you got to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield, and you got to be able to pass block. And with the fact that he only caught 15 passes in 3 seasons at college, I think it's fair to say that the pass catching is a question mark. And, along with the pass blocking, I've been pretty impressed, honestly, by the way he has caught the ball. He's made the routine catches. He's even made some difficult catches, and he's just caught the ball a lot. And I will say this, just watching him the first week or so of training camp, you would not know that was any sort of question mark with his game, because he looks totally fine catching the ball.
I expect the tight end to play a big role in this offense this year. The Niners, man, they play a lot of fullback and tight ends, as you know. And with Fleury coming over, you would assume that, that's going to be a part of this game. You got AJ over there. You got Saubert. You got Arroyo. What have you seen out of the tight end group so far?
Yeah, Arroyo probably had the best individual day of anybody that I've seen so far at camp have, and that was on Saturday. I believe there was 2 touchdown catches in a red zone one-on-one period, and then another in a team period right after that. And this is not new. I mean, remember he was he was probably the most standout rookie that I saw at camp early over the whole offseason last year, and then for whatever reason, it didn't translate into production during the regular season. I think he had, 15 catches, not even 200 yards, had the 1 touchdown, missed 4 or 5 games with a knee injury. So, you sort of have to wait and see whether that's going to, translate to production. But he is, he has one thing that other guys in that tight end room don't have, which is really good speed. AJ Barner is on his way to becoming, one of the better all-around tight ends in football, but he's not a burner. And, Eric Saubert and Callerup, 2 guys that are, more blocking tight ends than receiving tight ends, not speed guys by any means. But Arroyo has that. And so, there's a lot of mouths to feed in this offense in terms of the passing game when you're already talking about a team that's going to want to run the ball. So I'm not, I wouldn't say that a successful season for Elijah Arroyo means he catches 50 passes for 700 yards. I don't think he's got to do that, but I think he's got a chance to really step up his production on what he did last year. And again, he is the one speed element in that tight end room.
When you are a Super Bowl winner, especially a Super Bowl winner with still a lot of young talent and promising talent, there aren't a lot of holes to fill. And that also means there aren't a lot of battles. Like, I know that teams will say you're always competing, you're always trying to earn your job, but there aren't as many kind of like who's going to make the roster questions compared to some other versions of Seahawks teams we've seen. That being said, Brady, where are one or two of the more intriguing battles to you where there is a chance that an unfamiliar or newer name beats out a veteran?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's go through them. I think we all would have thought that the right guard would be something of a battle after they drafted Bo Stevens in the 5th round, but it does not look like much of one right now. I mean, I sort of thought, from the moment the offseason program started, I think I mentioned that, Anthony Bradford should still very much be in the lead for that job, and I think he is. I have seen nothing to suggest that, someone is really going to give him a push for that starting job. Now, that said, we're only a week into camp, and maybe that does happen, but I would very safe to say that he's still very much in the lead at that spot. Number 3 corner is another one that comes to mind. I would say right now it's between Noah Igbenogany and Nehemiah Pritchett. A week or so ago, I would have said, they're probably going to have Julian Neal, the rookie 3rd-round pick, is probably going to be in that mix as well. But he has missed a few days now with an injury. And, for a rookie, it doesn't sound like he's going to be out that long. But for a rookie, when you're competing with 2 other guys, especially one guy that's been in this defense for 3 years now, any time that you miss is tough. So not going to count him out of that competition, but I would think that right now it's between Igbenogany and Pritchett for the number 3 cornerback job. And then, beyond that, I would say, safety. It looks like Ty Okada is still in the lead to start at safety alongside Julian Love. They're mixing in Bud Clark, their second-round pick. But that's more so in dime, sort of as an extra safety with the number one defense. So right now I would say Ty Okada still in the lead for that starting job.
Have you gotten eyes on Riley Mills? How's he been?
He looks the part, man. Yeah, I mean, he was a fifth-round pick, but that was for one reason only, is that he was coming off, the torn ACL from his, late in his final college season at Notre Dame. I mean, if you look at this guy looks like, he is a maybe even a first-round pick, but at the very least a second-round pick. He just has the build of a massive, sort of looks like what you would picture a 3-4 defensive end. He's kind of that angular guy, but he is well built, and it's only been a couple days in pads, and it's sort of hard to judge those guys for those first few days of camp. But he certainly looks the part. He's going to be a guy that I continue to watch as these practices start to get a little more real. When you see, and I know you have because you guys have been out there, but seeing him in person, you can really tell what the Seahawks saw in him. And obviously we saw the big sack in the Super Bowl, and you saw the power there. I wouldn't say that I've noticed him a bunch in terms of splash plays that he's made in camp. But he is a guy that just looking at him, you can tell that he's got a chance to be a player for them this season.
I know one of the rookies that kind of has to make an impact and has no choice but to make an impact is Jadarian. That being said, I'm wondering, Brady, if maybe, speaking of Riley Mills, that's fitting, if maybe our eyes should be on the second-year players. Last year, Seattle got so much from the rookies, and it's so normal to be excited about every draft class that comes in. But what do you make of the idea that the second-year players for Seattle might even be more impactful than their rookie class this year, as opposed to last year when obviously Imanwari and Zabel just were so good for them?
Yeah, I mean, and that really has to happen. When you lose, and I am of the opinion that I think it was a little overblown, how much they lost in free agency, because I think some of those guys, they didn't lose them necessarily. They let them leave in free agency and weren't going to re-sign them. But they did, I would say, suffer more losses than they had gains in free agency. And when you do that, you need to have young guys step up. And I think that was probably part of the calculus in not going as far as Chicago did to re-sign, Kobe Bryant. Was knowing that you got some young safeties who can give you comparable play for a fraction of the price. And yeah, Imanwari is one of those guys, and obviously he's got the setback with the ankle injury right now. But he is one of those guys. Gray Zabel is another one of those guys. Their first-round pick last year, who I thought was pretty good as a rookie, but we all know how important continuity is, and we all know how he's sort of talked about it, how much he was swimming early on. And I don't know if it was the transition from, a smaller program to the Seahawks, or I think a lot of offensive linemen face that transition when they first get to the NFL. But yeah, I think a lot of those guys, and that's part of the reason why I think this team is going to be better than sort of some of the national pundits think, is they're really more so focused on the players that left in free agency and probably aren't paying enough attention to the second-year players, and in some cases third-year players who have a chance to take a pretty big jump.
Is that what the communication is like? I mean, you're on the the national stage. You talk to all these analysts and writers across the country. Is that pretty common, or do you feel like the closer you get to the West when you talk to your colleagues, the more interested they are in the Seahawks?
Bump, we could talk about this all day. I think it is sort of endemic of the bold prediction culture in NFL coverage, where a lot of times we don't in these preview pieces that we write, we don't get asked to make a prediction. We get asked to make a bold prediction. Right. And guess what's not very bold? Picking the team that won the Super Bowl to win it again. So I think some of this is a product of media people are just sort of trained to not be chalk. And I mean, objectively, you look at the Seahawks, I mean, they were the best team in the NFL last season. Even if they didn't win the Super Bowl, you could make a case that just with the point differential and how good their defense was, that this was the best team in the NFL. And again, I think it was a little overblown how much they lost in free agency. And look, there's no doubt the Rams were the other best team in the NFL, and they probably got better personnel-wise than the Seahawks did this offseason with Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, and obviously Myles Garrett. So, I mean, I can totally see it, and I don't fault people for picking the Rams. I think there's a reason why they are the betting favorite. I mean, the guys in Vegas usually are not wrong, but the talk of the Seahawks being a fringe playoff team and going 7 and whatever, like I think that is more so. That's rooted less in objective analysis and probably more rooted in a desire to be bold.
Well, and I completely agree with you. I think it's also rooted in a fear of the unknown with then the assumption that the unknown is worse. That's also kind of, I think, what happens. Like, I don't remember a lot of people looking at Clint Kubiak signing here and going, he will be a top play caller. What I heard most was, he had, 2 phenomenal weeks where the Saints offense looked like the best thing in football, and they're putting up like 50 points a week, and then they were horrible. And is that injuries or is that him? Is he just getting these jobs because of his last name? Like, those were the things I remember hearing about Kubiak. Obviously, he's phenomenal here. It was a great fit. He had a great offense, was a great fit for Sam Darnold, gets his head coaching gig. But now you've got Brian Fleury in. Now, unlike Kubiak, Fleury is a first-time play caller, but, I think the assumption, we talked with Warren Sharp, for instance, who had that fringe playoff team take, and the assumption from him was I don't know that Fleury can figure it out the way that Kubiak could. And wow, that's perfectly possible and an understandable thing. I think that attributing a difference of losing 5 or 6 additional games because of that felt a little aggressive to me. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I see your point there for sure. I mean, I think it's fair, and Mike Salk has made this point beautifully the last few days. I think it's totally fair to say that something is a question mark. Jadarian Price's pass catching ability was a question mark coming out of college, which by the way, he's starting to answer. It's a question mark as to how Brian Fleury is going to fare as a first-time play caller because, as Brock Huard likes to say, there is no substitute for experience in that job. And Clint Kubiak had a lot of it I think he had been a play caller 2 or 3 times before that. Brian Fleury has not done it at any level. And so that is a question mark. I think it's totally fair to wonder, how he is going to fare in his first time in that role. But I agree with you too. That doesn't mean you can assume he's going to fail at it because, every great coordinator has to start somewhere. They have to be a first-time coordinator at some point in their career. And, I think Mike McDonald probably deserves some benefit of the doubt in terms of, his process and what led him to Brian Fleury. As I've, mentioned, he was very much of the mind going into it that he was going to promote from within, and it ended up being an outside hire. And obviously Mike McDonald, who has, with the exception of, Ryan Grubb, his first year, I think he's hired a very good staff. So, again, it's a question mark. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not here to tell you that because Brian Fleury has never done it, that he's bound to fail at it.
He is ESPN Seahawks reporter Brady Henderson. Brady, we'll see you out here at practice in just a sec.
Thanks, Big.
Okay, sounds good. See ya.
See ya. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
I'm not going to lie, Bump. I saw this question on here, and I've been wondering about it all day long, so now I got to hear an answer. First down, what's an injury that hurts but you have no sympathy for?
No sympathy. You play enough football, this is going to happen to you. It happened to A.J. Brown at camp. Dislocated fingers. Pop it in, get it moving.
That's not what I thought. I didn't know where this would go.
Pop it in, get it moving. I dislocate my pinky once a year, just reaching up too fast and it getting clipped on my
because
pocket.
Of how often your fingers have been broken and dislocated?
Exactly. It happens.
Ew.
So I read that A.J. Brown dislocated his finger, and Mike Vrabel was asked about it. He says, linemen do it all the time. You dislocate your finger. You play enough football, you are breaking or dislocating fingers.
Yeah.
That is just what happens to it.
Yes.
I got it down to an art to where it pops out, I just pull it snaps back in. It's going to be sore for a little bit, but you're good to go. The first time I dislocated my finger, I was in high school, and I was freaking out. I was a sophomore, and my left pinky was pointed directly to the left, and I'm looking at it like, oh, my God, what's going on? Then my trainer comes over, just pulls it real quick, snaps it. I'm like, that's it? He's like, that's it. I'm like, cool. So now I've dislocated that thing
Muscle
maybe
memory.
30 times, and you just pop it back in, and you keep it moving.
Annual dislocation. Between you, Paul Moyer, Ray Roberts, let's just say between the pre- and post-game show for the Seahawks, how many straight fingers are there?
B-Wall probably has the straightest fingers.
Okay.
But Ray's is jacked up.
Yeah.
Moyer's throwing up gang signs.
I think between the three of you, maybe like 15 straight fingers.
Yeah, maybe. Big Ray and Moyers are the worst, though, because their game was a bit more violent than ours.
Yeah, different era.
Yeah.
Second down. What's something rookies and unestablished guys could take advantage of, but should also be cautious doing?
If you get a superstar who is joining your team and you are wearing his number, you're going to have to give it up. I heard Devontae tell a story about him going to the Rams. He said, look, I wore number 17. There's this rookie who played maybe 3 or 4 games before I got there that was wearing number 17. He said, you know what? I got $17,000 in cash. I'm going to give it to this guy. He walks up to the young man. He says, hey, I wear number 17. I got a gift for you, $17,000 in cash. What's up? The rookie goes, make it $1 million. Devontae walked away, went to the equipment guy and said, give me number 17. You jacked up your bag. You should have took the $17,000. And then there's this young man that plays on the Texans right now who just willingly gave up his number to Clowney because Clowney wore 90 the last time he was there. I'm just saying, you can make some money if a baller comes over and you have his number, but don't go crazy. $1 million?
$1 million? Now that's
Come on,
ransom.
man.
That's just you playing ransom with something. Make it $1 million.
$17,000.
And you're a rookie, unestablished.
Take
you
that.
have just do it,
You
man.
take that.
Well, also, here's the thing, too. It's like, most people do it when it's like, oh, maybe give some money to charity, or maybe like, oh, he gave me, I don't know, he's got this sponsor and gave me flights or whatever. But like, that's a pretty fair trade.
Cash.
$1 million is crazy.
$17,000 cash. The government will not see that. You take that money.
I want to know what that relationship's like now. Well, first of all,
probably ain't on the
I don't
team.
think that guy's there anymore. He could have had $17,000. Third down.
He's tripping.
Third down. What's the best thing you saw from practice yesterday?
I loved the Nehemiah Pritchett bounce back. I just walked over there. They're doing a team session, and number 11 goes up top on him. And he's in good position. He tries to make a play on the ball, goes through his hands, and Jason makes a catch. And then they go at him again. Now they hit him with a double move. Jason runs the out. He runs the up. Pritchett is in phase on his hip. Sam Darnold was forced to throw a back shoulder ball, but Pritchett was right there. Those are the type of things that I love, because as a DB, you are going to get got a bunch of times during a football season. You got to be able to bounce back. And these guys have the privilege to go up against the best receiver in the game every single day to make themselves better. I love the way Nehemiah Pritchett bounced back. That's a name that should be competing for that second, third spot. We'll see how he does, but I'm sure that was great for his confidence.
Fourth down. We just spoke with ESPN's Brady Henderson. Anything stand out from that conversation?
Yeah, I love how we said Bud Clark is in rotation, right? He's in that rotation. We expected him to be there. We know that he goes and gets a full ball out the air. We'll see how much they use him. But Ty Okada is still holding that spot down. We spoke to him yesterday. But Ty Okada even said, I'm going to help Bud any way that I can. That's what's special about this team. He's competing for the same spot. Yeah, Ty Okada knows it's about the squad. I'm going to help him out. He also was impressed by Riley Mills, and that's something that we all want to see. I think he is the new Jake Bobo when it comes to the fan favorites.
Riley, yes.
For the last few years, it's been Jake Bobo. Now I think we're shifting over to Riley Mills, and that's for good reason. He showed in 30-something snaps that he can get after the quarterback, had a big sack in the Super Bowl. He said, and he also said, Brady said, he feels like the bold take culture has influenced the perception of the Seattle Seahawks,
My
right?
favorite answer.
The ESPN is not asking for you to give true analysis sometimes. They're like, what's your bold prediction? What are we going to get people to click on?
Yeah.
And the disrespect for the Seahawks has been that. They're not paying attention to what's going on in the Northwest, and Brady understands that. He's up here, tucked up to the Northwest all by himself, he has the network, but like he doesn't see these guys on the regular. And it makes sense. If they're being pushed to have these bold takes, no wonder why people are looking at the Seahawks and saying, well, they're not going to be good. New OC, new running back. Who knows what's going to happen over there? Jason's not going to be as good as last year. I love the chip that it puts on these guys' shoulder, but the disrespect is crazy.
I love that answer from Brady, who's kind of himself like an old school journalist, despite being fairly young. Just turned 40. Happy birthday, Brady. But he's right in that, like, he was kind of making a complaint about sports media culture in general. It's about the Seahawks, or it could be about anything, where like you're not always giving completely honest analysis. And you know what's interesting about that? And I was thinking it, but we just ran out of time. I was thinking, you know what? Given the Rams roster and how hard it is to repeat, I think saying the Seahawks will repeat is a bold take.
It is.
Like That in itself is still kind of a bold take.
It
like,
is.
that's not the boring answer. What do you mean? Like, only 2 teams have done it in the last 30 years.
Lean into that.
I know, but a great point from Brady. We've got a pair of new Hard Knocks teaser clips ahead of tonight's premiere, including a great conversation between Mike McDonald and Nick Emanwari. Hear it next.
The champs are back.
So great. Weather's awesome. Guys are in good spirits.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, has your sideline pass every day with Bump and Stacy live from the VMAC from 10 to 2.
We're going to be able to take in practice all week long.
Then Wyman and Bob from 2 o'clock all the way up to Mariners pregame at 6.
Byron Murphy is with us. How are you, man? Putting in the work every day, you know.
The very latest news, insight, and exclusive analysis at seattlesports.com.
Dave Wyman here. Fast Water Heater has kept our water warm since 1986. That's just before my rookie year. Now they're a part of Fast Home Services, applying that same standard of excellence to your whole house. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electrical, the name you trust to keep your family comfortable, safe, happy, and healthy. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Fall Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 29th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit luckyoldcar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Summer is for sunshine.
It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Summer is for moonshots.
He just absolutely obliterates this! Multi-homer game, Cole Young!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Henderson is
Racing over, slides up! He makes the catch! Incredible!
So listen for the cheers and follow your ears to T-Mobile Park. Because where else can you travel to on a ferry boat and then eat crab nachos out of a ferry boat?
How sweet it is!
It is the sweetest, Rick. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The Mariners homestand continues this week with 2 value games against the Tigers. Tonight and tomorrow at 6:40. And tomorrow, don't miss out on the all-new Jimothy Night, featuring a Jimothy rookie card giveaway for the first 20,000 fans, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Get your tickets at mariners.com/value.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Keep summer outside where it belongs. Save $588 on every window and $1,088 on every door, plus free heat deflecting glass. Claim your free quote today, plus 12 months no payments. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. You know? Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hon, is your new pinball machine in our budget?
KeyBank will meet you in that our money is now our money moment.
Actually, our banker Steve recommended we start a joint checking account for bills and keep our individual accounts for things like, pinball machines.
Did someone say Banker Steve? I was in the neighborhood, in case you had any checking account questions.
Steve, you're always there for us. Now, how quickly can we open that account?
Steve, are you seeing this?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC.
Cascade Machinery and Electric has been the Pacific Northwest's trusted industrial machinery expert for over 100 years. And right now, they're hiring manual and job shop machinists in Northwest, Southwest Washington, and Spokane. If you're a skilled machinist at any level, there is a great career waiting for you. To join the Cascade Machinery and Electric team, visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline. And of course, we're starting with Hard Knocks, which new season premieres tonight starring your Seattle Seahawks. It's going to air at 6 p.m., stream at 6 p.m. On HBO Max. We've got a pair of new teaser clips ahead of tonight's premiere. I absolutely love them. Have you seen both of them?
No, just
one?
Just in Mawari.
Okay, so I loved this one. So this is the first. It's Mike McDonald and Nick Mawari being in Mike's office having a heart-to-heart about his ankle injury, cut 9. Take a listen.
About practice, because, I do want to go out there, but, I don't want to scoot around, the fans see me, and, especially when I can't walk. So, What
do you think I'm going to say?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Whatever is the best for you to get you as healthy as possible, as quick as possible, that's what you should be doing. So sometimes it's I need to go home and go sleep. Sometimes it's, I got to wake up with a great attitude and tack to this. Sometimes it's, I'm done with my rehab for right now, I should go be with my teammates.
Yeah.
Anybody that doesn't have any effect on that, install this, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like someone talking about you on Twitter.
Yeah.
It's it's going to go away in 15 seconds. Everything will pass.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
There's more there. No spoilers. But it's a great conversation wherein Mike McDonald just says, yes, it's easy to say who cares, but Mike McDonald, as part of this, also gets really vulnerable about his own bulletin board material that he's kept before and learning to ignore it.
It's Rex Ryan talking crap about his defense.
Yeah.
And he said, I remember that.
I still have a note card with it.
And this is modern coaching because, and granted, I was never as good as Nick Mawari, right? But I observed when guys were banged up and injured. And when I was here back in the day, obviously Holmgren is an old school type of coach. Mm-hmm. When you were done with your rehab, your butt better be outside. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You don't go home. You stay here. You don't do what's best for you. We tell you what's best for you. And that's the way football has been for so long. It's the old men telling the young men what to do. Now we're seeing a shift. When you get guys like Coach McDonald, who's 38, 39 years old, who is more aware of mental health and how guys perform under stress and this, that, and the third, and how everyone's different. They need different things to have success. So, no, I think that is I think that's a great trait. I'm sure there are still coaches in the NFL that are no, get your butt out there when you're done with your treatment. Mike's doing it a bit different.
Well, I kind of like the way he does it because he's not saying, if you want to go home, you can with some soft approach. He's saying, if you're going home, if you decide you need to go home and recover, it better be because that's what helps your team that day. So, whatever you're doing, it should only be with helping your team and getting healthy.
No, I say helping you.
Helping you, but he also says, your team. If you decide the best way to help you and help your team is to be out there at practice, then that's what you need. If you decide it's to go home and sleep and recover that day, then that's what you do. But, again, I just wouldn't want it to be misinterpreted as Mike McDonald saying, if you need to go home and sleep, just go ahead and do that. It's saying, make decisions without outside noise at all.
Whatever's best for you.
Yeah.
Whatever helps you heal faster.
Yeah.
Do that.
I thought it was a great lesson within there. The second cut is DeMarcus Lawrence absolutely ripping on Derek Hall for wearing very short shorts to practice.
Check out 58 pants. Do y'all call that football material? I swear, like, what are we doing? I swear, man. That's definitely what it's called, PG-13. It's even worse in the front. I swear, man. Oh, no. Oh. That's even worse.
Is that DeMarcus Lawrence?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. He sounded different there than in our interview. Because this is an audio-only platform, there's no other way I can describe this other than, like, when I say very, I want you to imagine it in all caps. Like, these are the shortest short shorts I've ever seen.
They look like Hoochie Daddy shorts.
I'm not kidding. Like,
Hoochie Daddies.
They're under. You're right. They're just underwear. I don't own shorts this short.
You know when before Ronaldo takes a free kick, how he rolls up his shorts? That's what it looks like. But whatever's comfortable. Hey, D Hall, big year this year. And ever since he's been here, he's had the Hoochie Daddy shorts on. So we ain't switching it up.
Hoochie Daddy. Last one in cut 24, new running backs coach Thomas Hammock gets his guys going in position meetings.
The first thing we have to establish is the edge. All right, what is our edge? First of all, it's got to start with physicality. So we don't have pads on, and I'm good, but we should be running through people, and then they're like, okay, I'm going to tag off. That's what it looks like. All right, and that's what we have to start to establish. So I sent you guys the thing out. We were the last ranked group in NFL. Who gives a? But if we establish an identity and an edge, then it don't matter. Otherwise, they just had an MVP leave the organization. Nobody can't replace them. You replace them with your work. From a protection standpoint, go up and meet them. When you run on the ball, stick your foot in the ground. I don't see anybody making guys miss. Okay, that's fine. Find a soft shoulder and get vertical. That. We have to say, okay, this is who we are and this is what we're about moving forward. Don't tell me what you can do. Show me.
Bump's just nodding.
Got me fired up, coach. And he's lucky, man, because if those cameras were there, he would still drop some F-bombs. It'd be even worse. I guarantee you. You run a you-know-what over. Yeah, I like that. At running back, you got to be physical. There's no room for finesse. Even if you're a finesse type of runner, right, you don't get hit or you're an outside guy, you're shifty. At some point, you got to lower them shoulder pads and get active, especially when we're talking about pass pro. I love the energy that he brought to the RB room.
All right, so again, the premiere episode for this season starring the Seattle Seahawks airs at 6 p.m. Pacific. Jump into MLB for our next story here in the timeline. Tarek Skubal spoke with LA media for the first time since being traded on Monday and is snapping back at critics on how the Dodgers have built their organization. Cut 15, here's Tarek.
Every team could trade for me. You know, every team could make that acquisition. And you know, I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. You know, they've developed a really good organization. They draft well, they acquire talent really well, they retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. You know, I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, you know, do all the right things.
They do. Again, I think that there's a little bit of nuance to like what affordability or ability in general means to these teams. That being said, I wouldn't expect Tarek Skubal to say anything else.
Welcome to LA, baby. You're going to be defending yourself the rest of the year, dog. This is just what happens when your team spends the most money and acquires the best talent year after year. Welcome to Dodger Blue, Tariq. They're going to call him Tariq back in the hood. He ain't Tarek, he's Tariq.
I'm really on the fence with this one where it's like, I don't think it's fair. I love when sports has a villain, so I do like that. I think sports are better when there's a villain. On the one hand, I think it's really dumb to pretend the Dodgers don't have advantages when people are like, well, anyone can do this. No, they can't. Not everyone can do exactly what the Dodgers do. That's not true. Like, yes, the Dodgers, this is a trade and not a free agent, but like there's a lot of context here that's really important, like what prospects mean for teams, being able to trade for a rental versus if Tarek Skubal have more club control. However, on the other hand, the Dodgers very clearly want to win. They have great player development. They have great coaching. They want to win more than anything, and you cannot say that for every team in baseball right now. So it's a really dumb, like, both sides are true situation. I I will say, if you're saying the Dodgers are hurting baseball by creating a super team, I do think that just punting on seasons and tanking also hurts baseball.
Do we have another clip?
Like just
for
some
the timeline?
sound.
Yeah.
Yes, we have one more. Unless you want to
All
go
right.
on a rant, we can get
No,
back
I'm
to
going to
it.
sit this one out. I'm sitting this one out.
For the Dodgers?
Yeah, I'm going to sit it out.
Are you
I
sure?
went on my rant yesterday.
Oh, I mean, technically Get Off My
Whatever.
Lawn is tomorrow.
Whatever.
Yeah, if you want to just focus on tomorrow.
3-peat coming up.
Oh, what are you? You're a Dodgers fan. Of course you're going to say that.
I mean, I think a lot of people are saying that, not just Dodgers fans.
Yeah. Well, no. Sorry. What I'm saying is, are you defending the Dodgers, saying that, like...
Yeah, they're not doing anything wrong.
They're not. I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong.
Nah.
But I'm saying they have advantages, so pretending they don't is...
Who pretends they don't? Who pretends?
I think a lot of Dodgers fans are saying, like,
never.
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Never.
I think there's a lot of people going...
Get on the Dodger Reddit. You love Reddit.
I think
no,
anyone...
Stacey.
Yes, I think anyone saying anyone could do this
We just talked about
deal.
media making stuff up. You can't
I'm
make
not,
that up.
I'm not making that up. There are people thinking anyone can do this. Anyone can make those deals, ignoring that that's
This
like a purposely superficial comment.
This was the most doable deal that the Dodgers have done.
It completely,
It's the most doable deal.
completely ignores the context of Tarek Skubal being a rental player who's going to eventually sign with the Dodgers.
No,
it completely ignores the context
you're
of
talking
prospects.
you're talking about rentals and futures. I'm saying more teams were capable of doing this deal than Ohtani, than Mookie, than I'm like
Sure, but
overall.
they're not operating on the same playing field.
Overall, no, they can't do what the Dodgers do. But this deal, this is the most doable deal. More teams could have done this than the other deals.
Yeah, but it's exactly like what I said yesterday, where it's like if you have $200 and I have $20.
gosh,
no, I'm
not
serious.
this
And something.
again.
I'm right.
Not this.
You cannot act like it's a completely even.
No
playing
one's saying
field.
it's even.
Yes, you can
I'm
deal
just
prospects.
saying more teams could do this deal.
They
Your
cannot.
whole argument is focused on what the Dodgers do as a whole.
Yes.
Like, forget the whole. I'm talking about this deal. This was not one of those, oh, my God, how'd they do it? They have so much money. They divert this. No, this is the most doable deal is what I'm saying. Everything else, no. Resources for days. But this deal?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
more
like the
teams could do
actual
this.
trade in the prospects, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying. I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about everything else. You're right. Yeah, resources for days.
Okay, then I'll throw on. I think that this deal is more painful for a team like the Brewers.
For sure, because they could have done it.
Well, no, it's painful because those prospects for a rental hurt that team more than the Dodgers giving up prospects for a rental.
But you know what? And then you just said it. But the Dodgers want to win. If the Brewers want to really win as bad as the Dodgers, you roll the dice. It's your year.
Sure, but it's how much do you want to win for just this year? And if you don't win this year, you can't retain.
You know what? You
Skubal.
sound like a Mariners fan.
Oh my God.
You sound like a Mariners fan. Win right now.
No, yes, win right now.
Win
and
right
I'm always
now.
saying that. I think that that's a better conversation. You know what? We need to break. We need to go to break. We'll continue this conversation. Let's go around the diamond. The Mariners welcome in the Tigers for a 3-game series starting tonight. Pregame at 5:30. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. on Seattle Sports. That's Around the Diamond, brought to you by Klein Jewelers Edmonds. Hype Train coming your way next.
The Mariners have acquired. The trade deadline is in the books. Where do the Mariners stand now?
Orioles outfielder Taylor Ward.
They get some offensive help they've been seeking. Most people thought they're going to get two guys. You're going to get a bullpen arm, and Sir Anthony fits a lot of that, and you're going to get a right-handed hitting, very competent pro.
You've got 87 walks, hitting 246. I'll take that right now for the Mariners.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com and the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
August is always a time of excitement because football is back. But anyone that watches practice or preseason games knows how much work needs to be done before the season starts. If you're feeling the same about your home project, Harley Exteriors wants to help you get a head start on making sure your home is ready for fall football nights. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off your final project. Spend a few minutes with the folks at Harley Exteriors during your free estimate, and you'll realize you have a lot in common. They love our local teams, they're good at what they do, and they'll take care of your home. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home project this month and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
HarleyExteriors.com.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Join the Mariners at T-Mobile Park August 7th to 9th for 50 Season Celebration Weekend. Friday, post-game, catch the Alumni Home Run Derby featuring Ichiro and other former Mariners sluggers. Presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. On Saturday, arrive early to witness the greatest gathering of Mariner legends in franchise history. And Sunday, score a collectible 50 Seasons pin thanks to KeyBank.
It just continues. Fire out fire.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The best safety feature on any machine is a well-trained operator. With online, hands-on, in-class, and blended options, Levitt Training helps your team stay safe, certified, and confident on the job. Book your training today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Bellwether Appraisal Company reminds parents swimming is a healthy outlet for kids if we remember to put safety first. Make sure your children are visible by a responsible adult or lifeguard at all times. Sign your children up for swimming lessons and provide them a flotation device for added safety. Always check swimming conditions in advance and coach your kids to never swim alone. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Bellwether Appraisal Company, specializing in step-up in-basis and estate appraisals, online at bellwetherappraisal.net.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, still to come. We're going to grab Jalen Milroe ahead of Seahawks practice, ask him about fascinating. We don't talk a ton about backup quarterback battles and in that room, but we still get a lot of questions about it, even though our on-air discussions don't focus entirely on Milroe. As you know, Bump, I can't tell you guys how many questions we get about Milroe. A lot of questions about Milroe and how he might be incorporated. We'll also be able to ask Jalen about new offensive coordinator Brian Fleury. He's got the inside track there. So again, that's coming up at noon. Right now, let's head to the station for Hype Train. We'll start with Alex Rodriguez, who announced this morning with Brock and Salk that he will be returning here to Seattle for the Mariners' 50-season celebration. This is your first Hype Train. A-Rod will be mostly cheered during Saturday's celebration.
That's so tough. That's a tough one, because if I go just off of our text line, he getting booed. He getting booed big time. But I think that people have settled down. They've matured. See how I said that? I didn't say matured. They matured. And I say it's going to be 55-45 cheers to boos.
Okay, so mostly cheered. You're bored.
Yeah, I'm bored.
But it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be real close.
Okay. A-Rod will be mostly cheered during Saturday's 50-season celebration when he makes his return to Seattle. Bump is boarding, though says it's going to be close. Curtis, are you?
I will board this train, yes. I think he will be mostly cheered. I don't think he can ever escape boos in this town. And, I don't know how many more celebrations they'll bring him back for. They're probably not going to retire his jersey. No. They can't, because J.P. Crawford wears number 3. So they're definitely not retiring Alex Rodriguez's jersey. Maybe there's a slim chance they put him in the Mariners Hall of Fame. I don't know if that ever happens in the future, but this might be the only chance we see Alex Rodriguez here in Seattle for quite a while. I think he'll be cheered for the most part on Saturday.
Yeah, I think so. You will absolutely hear some boos, but all aboard this one where this isn't 2001, 2, 3. There is a huge portion of the fan base that wasn't even born when he moved on. So I don't think so. Next up. Mariners back at it tonight, opening a series against the Tigers. The next home run for the Seattle Mariners comes from new righty bat Taylor Ward.
If this was 2025, I say yeah.
Okay.
But this ain't 2025. This is 2026. And if Dom's in the lineup, should be. I don't know why he wouldn't be. It's going to be Dom. So, no, I'm not on this one. I think Ward gets on base, though. I think he drives one and settles down at first base and waits to get pushed in.
I should have said his first AB, he's just going to walk. This nice plate appearance. It's going to be great.
Chances are.
Yeah.
He probably will.
The next home run for the Mariners, despite a lack of slugging this year, comes from new righty bat Taylor Ward. Curtis, you boarding. Bump's not. Thinks it's going to be a Dom bomb.
Ooh, a Dom bomb? I think, sure, we'll board this train. Taylor Ward goes yard, although tonight's starting pitcher for Detroit is actually a pretty good one, Troy Melton, who has an ERA under 2 right now. Went 7 shutout innings his last time out, has looked pretty good in the month of July. But that was July. This is August. This is now. That was then. This is now. Taylor Ward is a Mariner. Don't research Taylor Ward's career numbers at T-Mobile Park. You don't need to bring that in your life.
That doesn't matter. That was old Taylor Ward. This is new Taylor Ward.
Exactly. And everything changes tonight. Taylor Ward going yard.
Is the pitcher righty or lefty?
He's a righty.
Oh, righty. Oh, do we know who's tonight?
Troy Melton has been named the starting pitcher for the Tigers.
Okay.
That classic righty matchup.
Classic righty.
The classic. No, I don't think it's going to be Taylor Ward. I think it's going to be Cal.
Okay, California.
I think it's going to be California rally. I think Cal is. I wouldn't say he's heating up. I also am not optimistic at all anymore that he turns this season around. However, he's been stinging the ball.
Yeah.
A lot of hard hits lately, and I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling optimistic.
Okay.
Maybe it's the beautiful weather outside. Maybe it's the 3rd Diet Coke I just had.
Mm-hmm.
It's really getting a lot of energy for me, but I'm just feeling optimistic. I think it's going to be Cal.
All right.
Next up, the Dodgers are ruining baseball. Bump, are you boarding this hype train?
I think they are.
All right, Curtis.
Well, I got to agree with Bump there.
I jumped off that train.
Bump,
I jumped off. It's moving. I jumped off.
The Dodgers are ruining baseball.
No, are they cheating?
No.
They breaking rules?
No.
All right, then. Let's go ahead and lock this thing out in 2027 and change it so they can't do it no more. How about that?
Are you boarding this train?
No, I ain't boarding that train.
Okay.
Let's go.
Anything else you want to add?
He still puts me on that thing. I just jumped off the train and got on the wrong one.
The Dodgers are ruining baseball. Bump is not boarding this train. We tried to put him on like twice, and he shoved us aside and jumped off again. The Dodgers are ruining baseball, Curtis.
I think they are forcing baseball and baseball owners and baseball players to have conversations that have been needing to happen for quite a while now. So I think they're actually doing a service to baseball.
The Mariners are saving, or the Dodgers are saving baseball?
You heard it first, Curtis Rogers.
Wow.
I'm buying Curtis a Dodger hat for his birthday.
He's not going to wear it. Okay. Wait, so you are not boarding. I'm not boarding either. I like the way, no.
All of that, and you're not boarding.
I'm not boarding either. And I don't want my sticking point was these teams aren't operating in a vacuum. There is really important context. The Dodgers do have more resources. It is what it is. And I think that conversations that completely ignore that nuance are disingenuous. And they're trying to paint it in a way that ignores the Mariners' advantages. However, to Curtis's point, which I think is right, the Dodgers highlight that even if there are unequal resources in baseball, if baseball truly is in the business of winning, then that shouldn't matter. And that you should take those chances. And if you don't have as much money as the Dodgers, well, then you better develop your prospects. Well, then you better make sure you keep your best coaches. Well, then you better make sure you reward your best players and develop. You know what I mean? That there are lots of ways to win. And is every team trying their best? Are they, as Mike McDonald would say, chasing edges to find ways to win? And I think the answer to that's no. And so that, like Curtis said, maybe that ends up coming up in CBA talks. And
you are something
baseball.
Else. You know that?
What are you talking about?
You are something else.
How am I something else?
Thank you for not boarding this train with me. Let's go get some soda.
Just because I'm a little troll.
Let's go get some soda.
Okay, yeah, we're going to go get it. I'm going to go get another Diet Coke. When we come back, we're going to talk Seahawks training camp joined by Jalen Milroe.
The champs are back.
So great. Weather's awesome. Guys are in good spirits.
The home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports has your sideline pass every day with Bump and Stacy live from the VMAC from 10 to 2.
We're going to be able to take in practice all week long.
Then Wyman and Bob from 2 o'clock all the way up to Mariners pregame at 6.
Byron Murphy is with us. How are you, man? Put in the work every day, you know.
The very latest news, insight, and exclusive analysis at seattlesports.com.
The way you met, the moment you knew, the future you're dreaming about together. At Klein Jewelers, we believe your engagement ring should be just as unique as the journey that brought you here. That's why we specialize in custom designed engagement rings, crafted to reflect your style, your story, and the life you're building together. Our experienced team will guide you every step of the way, because when you're creating a symbol of forever, every detail matters. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More.
Fast internet speed. He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the game.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Breaking Mariners news from Seattle Times reporter Ryan Divish. The Mariners are releasing Mitch Garver and Rob Refsnyder. Corresponding moves reportedly adding Taylor Ward to the 26-man roster and recalling catcher Johnny Pereda from Tacoma. More on this in 30 seconds.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. We have some breaking Mariners news. We are going to be interrupted during this segment, an interview with Jalen Milroe. So just so you know, if we break this conversation up, we will get back to it. The Mariners, per Seattle Times reporter Ryan Divish, are releasing Mitch Garver and Rob Refsnyder. The corresponding moves are reportedly adding Taylor Ward to the 26-man roster and recalling catcher Johnny Pereda from Tacoma. Bump, your reaction to this news?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Refsnyder did not do what we needed him to do. Therefore, we needed to go and get Ward. You know what I'm saying? But that's the game. You know, his numbers before with Boston last year were great. You expected him to come out and be just at least decent. And it was a struggle, man. And hopefully he gets picked up somewhere else and he finds his groove again because he clearly has it in him.
Yep.
You know, we've seen it before and at times here. So not surprised, though. Not at all.
The To me, not at all surprised by Refsnyder. I think it was very clear that he just didn't have it this year. I don't know if he's cooked. I don't know if he's injured and it didn't get better with an IL stint. But, like, he is not good for you. And while it was cool to see the home run and the double in his first return for you in that game against the Dodgers, that's not really who he is right now.
Yeah.
You need a better bat. The moment they added Taylor Ward, I think it was very clear to everyone, this is the righty bat you need that Rob Refsnyder couldn't give you. Rob Refsnyder's gone. That's the move they're going to be making. The Garver one is a little surprising to me. I think that Johnny Pareda did enough when Cal was on the IL to earn a job on this roster.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mitch Garver and Cal don't have options. Johnny Pareda does, and so the Mariners knew that they could send Johnny Pareda back. It wouldn't be fair, but that they could send Johnny Pareda back to Tacoma and still have him as an option if one of these guys got hurt, rather than, release Garver then or whatever. But I just assumed that, like, we wouldn't see Johnny Pareda again unless there was an injury or unless something like that happened. And I think that this team just realized it needed a shot in the arm offensively. Hey, let's see what having, Johnny Pareda can do here. Obviously, we've got the dugout coming up later in the show. Most of it's going to be focused on especially our conversations with Angie and Shannon on the trade deadline. But at 1:30, we've got some pass-in reaction. We'll get back to this with any additional details that come out then. And then at 1:45, we'll be speaking with Alex Mayer, who does stats and info for the Mariners. But we'll be able to kind of touch base with him because by then we'll have more information come out. We'll be able to touch base with him and just, hey, tell us a bit more about Johnny and, about Mitch's time here and why they made this shift. Johnny was a better bat. He was the best bat of the three catchers. But you're obviously you're not doing anything with Cal, clearly. Cal could have not shown increased hard hit rates of late, which he has been, and that's good. And they still would not move on from him. Cal is fine. He's just having a horrible year. Garver is the interesting one.
Garver is the interesting one. And you're right about Cal. I mean, Cal's going nowhere. He can do absolutely nothing for the rest of the year, and we'll see you in spring training and get this thing rebooted and restarted. But Pareda, so a lot of the times when you deal with guys like Pareda, I have to go off of like the last thing I felt about Pareda, because I obviously I haven't gone back and looked at his numbers, game logs last time he was here, but the last time he was here, I felt like he was a bit more valuable than he got credit for.
Definitely.
I felt defensively he had some moments, hit a couple bombs while he was here. The bat was working at times. So it's not like it's a move that has me scratching my head.
Yeah. Someone said Johnny, when he was here, outperformed Garver in every aspect. Is supposed to be a performance-based business. Yes. I think ideally they would have kept three catchers. I think not exactly knowing, like, is Cal going to be okay in his return back from the IL? What if we have to put him down there again? That's why they wanted to hang on to them at the time.
Yeah.
They also probably didn't anticipate they would continue to be so sluggish offensively for another month plus after that. I think that was part of the consideration, too. But now they know that they need to be better. I wonder, too, now, Curtis, you might need to chime in here. I'm wondering about the use of DH for this team. I had assumed if they, let's say, put Ward in the outfield more, maybe they start to DH Randy a little bit. But I wonder if they want to use Pareda for maybe one more day or so than they would typically use Garver and DH Cal a bit more. I'm just curious to see kind of what the roster shifting looks like when it comes to who's DHing and when. Because I wonder, look, Pareda, I know he's 30, but he's younger than Garver, doesn't have the wear and tear Garver does. Could this mean more DH time for Cal?
Possibly. I think the DH at-bats will probably be a mix of
other
Randy, Canzone, and Ward, because you also got Robles in your outfield, too. You've got 5 outfielders, and, like, Julio's not going anywhere. Randy might DH a little bit more just because you're past the trade deadline now. You don't have to showcase his fielding anymore. So I think I don't think Cal is going to be used as a DH so much on his off days the way he was when Garver was here. I always was confused as to why they didn't just keep Pareda up and make the Garver move a little bit earlier, just because Pareda looked really good.
He earned a spot.
Yeah, in the weeks that he was up when Cal was out for sure. And he's continued to hit at AAA. He's hitting over like 319 right now with the Rainiers. So it just makes a lot of sense to put your best 26 out there now.
My only pushback with people when it came to Pareda was the idea that like it was looking at only the bats of the catchers and completely discounting Cal's work. It was the Pareda's way better than Cal. Start Pareda over Cal, and it was like, man, Cal's not going to improve by not getting ABs. Like, I know it's deeply frustrating, but like you cannot just punt on Cal's season because he's not performing and go just turn to Pareda. I don't mind at all Pareda over Garver. I assumed that they just were trying to hang on to as many catchers as they possibly could, and that maybe injuries in the outfield kept them from holding on to all three catchers. But so you think this is adding the bat? This is adding Pareda's bat, adding the youth, see what we can get here, because we're not getting it out of Garver.
Yeah, I think so. I think
Bump's nodding too.
Yeah, I mean, it stinks that these guys had to lose their jobs today, or reportedly lose their jobs. Obviously, the Mariners haven't come out with anything on this, but usually when stuff like this gets out there, it's coming down the pipe. But yeah, I think both of those guys, Refsnyder and Garver, it's just time. Like, it was time a while ago.
It was very clear early. Refsnyder was giving like kind of that. There was Colton Wong. Who else did they add?
Oh, yeah, A.J. Pollock, Tommy La Stella.
La Stella. That's what this signing felt like. And, you know, the thing is, when they've added those guys in the past, it was like, oh, they were good in 2023. So there had been enough time where you were like, I don't know if they still got it. Refsnyder was great for Boston last year.
Killing it.
And so it was a little bit of like well, let's hope it continues. But it became obvious early. Mm-hmm. He's not. He doesn't have it. This isn't, I don't know if this is a hurt thing, but he does not. It's gone.
He did hit one hard the last time we saw him, just a third baseman, cleaned it up, you know. That's about it for Refsnyder.
But, yeah, I think this is an important decision, and it's one that I think, too, is just you have to make. How long ago were we calling for tough leadership from this team and doing these things? Mm-hmm. So, all right, so still no Milroe right now. We're going to see if we can take a quick break, see if we get more information on this roster move for the Mariners, and then joined by Jalen Milroe next.
Alex Rodriguez, exclusively with Brock and Salk.
A-Rod, what are you doing this weekend?
I got a call from Mr. John Stanton. He invited me to the very special weekend to be part of the top 50, so I'm very excited.
Was this important to you?
I've been getting booed there for 27 years, so I kind of had lost hope that this story would come full circle, and I'm over the moon, and thank God for the opportunity.
Watch in its entirety on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Pests and poor installation have something in common. One call to Eastside Exterminators takes care of both. For more than 50 years, families across Western Washington have trusted Eastside Exterminators to eliminate pests for good and protect homes from crawl space to attic. With dedicated installation services and the state's only smart pest detection technology. From Everett to Federal Way, one call handles it all. 425-482-2271 or visit eastsideexterminators.com. Eastside Exterminators, family first pest control.
Olympic Hot Tub has more ways than ever to achieve total wellness at home. Immerse yourself in a saltwater hot spring spa and let jets melt stress away. Enjoy a refreshing swim in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to healing warmth and detox in a Tilo sauna. Then awaken mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event powered by WFC, Saturday night, August 8th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, August 8th at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road. Ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
August is always a time of excitement because football is back. But anyone that watches practice or preseason games knows how much work needs to be done before the season starts. If you're feeling the same about your home project, Harley Exteriors wants to help you get a head start on making sure your home is ready for fall football nights. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off your final project. Spend a few minutes with the folks at Harley Exteriors during your free estimate, and you'll realize you have a lot in common. They love our local teams, they're good at what they do, and they'll take care of your home. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home project this month and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
HarleyExteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Joined now at Seahawks training camp by quarterback Jalen Milroe. I'm not going to say everything we were all talking about off air, but I feel like I learned a lot about the different places you've lived and everything you've experienced. Where's your favorite place you've ever lived? Not including
Texas.
Seattle. Obviously.
No, I love Houston. I plan to be there after my playing career.
Yeah.
I love Houston. In the offseason, that's the first place I'm going is back home.
Yeah.
But I do love Seattle. It's a great time.
Different.
It's different, but it's great to be here in the summertime. I say it's one of the prettiest spots to be at in the summertime in Seattle, for sure.
Me, you, and Taylor Swift got the same birthday.
Back December 13th.
December 13th.
Happy late birthday to all of you, by the way.
Greatness on the 13th.
Exactly.
Just say. There you go.
Sorry, I'm a few months late, but
it's okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
All good. Hey, what's your development been like? You know, because you know how they do people that look like you and I sometimes. You play the quarterback spot. Oh, maybe he can be a receiver. Oh, maybe he can be a running back. He can run. But no, you are a quarterback to the fullest.
Right.
What's your development been like so far in the league?
Yeah, I mean, that's a constant thing when you look at myself as believing in that, of course. But I think I had a unique experience my first year going to the Super Bowl, and so I saw what right looks like in an offensive standpoint. of the preparational phase, having a plan at the quarterback position, each guy understanding their niche as far as their responsibility on offense. And so with that, you transition and going to offseason. You have 1 year under your plate, so now you understand as far as the footwork, the time, and the decision-making, decisiveness. And so you go into offseason with all this knowledge base, you can ask questions as well. That was something that was pretty cool about my situation last season, was having 2 guys in the room that have a lot of experience and be able to pick up, little things that they had throughout their whole career, and understanding, what made them successful. And so, from my standpoint, I just saw football in different lenses. And so, understanding what makes me unique as well, not losing sight of that, but also approaching it as far as being better than I was the day before. That's the biggest thing. Like, even this cycle of the new season, like, be better this training camp than I was last training camp. Just going back to the nutritional base of just, playing fast, free, and fearless when it comes to everything. And so, when answering the development aspect of it, it's just all about stacking good days, and not getting complacent through the process.
To Bump's point, though, I mean, I think that, like, the more athletic a black quarterback is, the more they get that pushback where it's like Lamar Jackson, an amazing passer, and still someone that because he could run, people were like, you should definitely. So did you ever have to push back or through most of your development, I'm talking even back in high school, where coaches like, oh, clearly he's like a talented quarterback.
Yeah.
Did you have adults or coaches or people trying to like?
So it's funny, like, you look at high school, like, I didn't run. Like, my coach wanted me to run because he understood how deadly, of course, the running and how hard it is for defense. I didn't really run.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to off-season training, I don't run at all during off-season training. Like, it's strictly passing, watching film, taking care of my body as far as nutrition, being around physical therapy, taking care of your body. I don't run at all.
Yeah.
Like, when it comes to, staying in shape, of course. Staying on a treadmill, doing workouts to, ensure that my endurance is proper and all that stuff. But as far as running, I don't do running drills. Like, I don't post running drills, like me chopping my feet, doing ladder drills. I don't do that. Like, so of course, like, when you look at me, that's what you think. But I mean, that's been my whole career. Of course, that's what you think when you think of me playing a position. But it's a lot that goes into me playing quarterback and how unique it is, right? And understanding what makes me different than other people in a confident way, right? Not in a bodacious way, but in a confident way. It's just knowing that it's a lot of layers when it comes to attacking a defense, whether it's with the passing game and the running game as well. And so when you have those two things balancing each other in a game scheme, it's hard for a defense to defend, and acknowledging that and not losing sight of that. And of course, people that might not like it, but you have to stop it. And so I think just build on that as far as how can we attack a defense. Each week is different. Even going back to college, each game plan was different. It was sometimes I ran the ball, sometimes I threw the ball. You didn't know what was going to come. So not losing sight of that, but it's been a really good offseason, and it's been a really good camp as well.
So I'm a West Coast guy, grew up in Cali, went to Washington State, played in the Pac-10 at the time. I'm old. And there were two environments where I felt got me ready for the NFL. It's when we played SC, because all them dudes going to the league, and we went down to Alabama and played Auburn, and we experienced SEC football. And being a West Coast guy, I'm like, man, let's see what this is all about, man. And we get out there, and I kid you not, the first three plays, sack, sack, sack. And I'm looking at the D-line, get off the line. I'm like, I'm feeling the speed on the outside. I'm like, it's clearly different down here. It's a different brand of football. If you don't respect it, then you're crazy. Go see it. How did the SEC get you ready for this?
No doubt. I'll say first starting off at practice with going against Coach Saban and his defense. Like, that prepared you to get into the game. And I was put in so many situations when it comes to preparing during the week, seeing different looks, understanding assignments as far as our protection against the pass rush, understanding that the guy we're going against each and every week is a first-round draft pick. When I first got to school, I was going against Will Anderson. So that gave me that gave me a first-hand experience of a guy that's going to be playing on Sundays. And that's just one guy. There's many other guys that I competed against and that are playing really well at the NFL level. But I understood that playing in the SEC is going to really that's ultimately what got me to commit. And as a high school recruit and going to the SEC was being around the best of the best around the whole country. And I say it definitely prepares you because as we look into coming into league, the other side of the ball is going to have an SEC player, right? That I maybe played against it in college or, they're older. But I just understand that competition level is only going to push you, get you better. And it definitely has helped me for sure with the amount of talent that I went against when I was in college.
Maybe it's because I didn't go to a school in the SEC, but I always have that kind of like, they think they're better than everyone thing. So I do think that, you could tell me if I'm wrong. I didn't play. But I do think sometimes when I hear some SEC guys going like, not much of a change when you go to the NFL, I'm always like, all right, what? But like, imagine if every team was the best team. Like it's hard for me, but I mean, are they right? Jalen. No.
No, I'll say this, like, when you're in the league, everyone is good.
Right. Yes.
Like, it doesn't matter what college you went to. You can go to any small school around the country. So I don't agree with that necessarily. Because also there's going to be some good players that were benefited based off of scheme while they was in college. And you can get a dog from a lower school that you didn't know about as much and who can really play. You think of Cooper Kupp.
Right.
The school he went to. He could have done that in the SEC as well. But he's talented. Look at the longevity he's had in the league. One of the best receivers that's played. And so that aspect as well. So it's like, I don't necessarily agree with that as much, but I do understand that the competition level is very high at the SEC. But I'll say there's a lot of talent that's around the country, and so it's hard to say. It's hard to say for sure.
All right, I'm gonna
SEC bias.
I'm gonna talk about something negative, but there's gonna be a positive out of it. All right.
Yep.
So, other than our birthdays, we got something else in common, right?
Yep.
My first game, I'm back to receive a punt. I muffed that thing. Blah blah blah. Ball lands on the 10. Defense holds him up. I'm thanking them. Thank you. One of the first times you got in the game, you get the ball, you run to the outside, you fumble the ball. I bring this up because I think it's important for young athletes to know just how to bounce back from that stuff. Because fumbling the rock is a lonely place. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because you really don't have anyone else to blame. Like, so what's your? How do you bounce back? You a self-talker? Like, how do you get through stuff like that?
Yeah. Well, first off, the league is different, right? Like the starter gets all the reps. You know, majority of the reps. You know, during the week, and so when you have your opportunity as a young guy, you got to seize it. Like that's number one, because you don't know when your opportunity is going to present itself. So imagine going a whole week not being in the game plan and you get thrown in the game, like not being prepared to go in. So that's just an example. Like when your number is called, seize that opportunity because you don't know when your opportunity is going to present itself. But I say short-term memory is the thing that you got to have as a quarterback. You know, no matter if it's good, bad, or indifferent, like you got to be the same guy that everyone can look at you in the huddle, hear the operation, the play call, and be confident that we're going to execute, whatever the mission is at hand. And you got to have that constant hunger, and the constant feedback to the guys, that understanding that the leader of the ship is going to take care of us, right? And I think that's so key because it's so easy to get down on yourself, get complacent, worrying about the previous play. But you got to get back on the field and compete, right? Because no one cares. No one cares that you dropped the ball. No one cares that I threw a pick. No one cares that I turned the ball. Like, you got to be able to move on and understanding, all right, what was it that I messed up on? All right, so now, because I learned this when I was younger. The more you make the same mistakes, it turns to a habit now. So to limit that, all right, understanding what exactly took place and then build off of that so that you don't have to make that mistake anymore and it doesn't turn to a habit. So I think that's key. I think you got to look it in the eye, embrace it, and then move on from it.
Yep.
My last one for you, because we got to get you out of here in about a minute, but we're going to watch you and the other quarterbacks at practice in a little bit here, not including JSN, which would be a popular answer for any of you guys. Give us someone on this team you just love throwing to. You like the way he catches, you like his routes, whatever. You have maybe good chemistry, you like him as a person. Someone where you're like, you know what, I love finding this guy one-on-one.
I'll say, of course, we have a lot of great guys in the receiver room. But I'm going to give somebody his flowers that doesn't get his flowers as much.
Okay, perfect.
Montorie Foster.
That's her dude.
Yeah.
This is a guy who hasn't had the same route as other receivers when it comes to being in the NFL. And he's had a really good camp. He's understanding his assignment. He's attacked the ball. He's being detailed in his assignment, knowing what he has to do. And he's been attacking the ball. He's been making a lot of plays during this camp. So I'm going to say Montorie Foster.
He's had a crazy journey. He was a substitute teacher. Like, just wild. All right. Yeah. Jalen Milroe, kind enough to join us. We're going to stay in segment, but you need to get out of here. You have a busy day. So we appreciate the time.
You, man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys.
All right. We are going to take a look now around the NFL, and we're starting in Atlanta, where Bijan Robinson just got all caps paid. Bold underline paid. The All-Pro running back signed a 3-year extension worth up to $75 million, and he'll receive $51 million guaranteed. Cut 25, ESPN's Mina Kimes was asked how Bijan's deal impacts the running back position.
Robinson in particular, who I honestly think is the best running back in the NFL right now, he creates so much offense on his own. You know, the offensive line in Atlanta has had some attrition over the years, guys retiring, losing talent, and I think the fact that Bijan has continued to not only be explosive but efficient despite that, his ability to make guys miss in the backfield, to me, makes him a little bit of a unique case. So obviously, it's fantastic for him and well-deserved, especially because he is the face of that team right now. But as far as like the position itself, I think you'd have to see where the middle-class deals end up.
I think running back more than any other position, I always hear, well, this is a unique case. And I don't even disagree, right? But like with wide receiver, you're going to get guys that get paid that much because that's what the market is, and they happen to be their team's top guy. Running back is something where even if your team's top guy, there's just certain backs, whether it's Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, where people look at him and go, well, he's different. He can get that much money, but other guys can't. And I kind of get it.
There are levels to this, man.
There are levels to this.
Like every position has the guys who kind of set the bar and will raise the bar, right? And Bijan is one of those guys. I think he's the best running back in the game. So he should be paid like that. And you know who else is happy? Gibbs. Because Gibbs is waiting on his turn to get paid. He's going to say, look, I can do all the things that Bijan is doing. So, yeah, I think it's well-deserved. Get your money. What do you get, like 60 guaranteed or something like that? 30 at signing?
$51 million guaranteed.
30 at signing, I think. Yeah, good for him.
Heading to Miami, new Dolphins head coach Jeff Passan spoke Tuesday on why he isn't a big fan of 7-on-7s.
I don't like 7-on-7. I mean, in OTAs, we kind of have to do it because of the rules, and I respect that. But for so many positions, it's just you want to play the game, right? You want to know the down and distance. You want to know the personnel. You don't want to just go out there and run plays. When you do 7-on-7, there's no rush. There's no, for the quarterback, they're not going to feel anything. There's no timing. There's no rhythm. It's just, I think you create a lot of bad habits, in spending time the last 2 years with Matt and really Kyle. I mean, those two guys from an offensive standpoint, they hated it. And then I started to feel the same way on defense. It's, imagine you're a linebacker and you're dropping back, right? And the quarterback is looking this way and there's no rush. Well, then he can look here, and then he can look here, and then he can look here. That's not real.
What do you think about his take? Jeff Passan, head coach of the Dolphins.
I think that there are some bad habits that can be created with 7-on-7.
Okay.
But I think it's more beneficial to receivers and DBs. Because as a receiver, I get to learn and feel coverages. Yeah, there's no pressure on the quarterback. It's one of those drills to where the offense should be the winners of that drill most of the time. But as a receiver, it teaches me how to feel, how to move safeties, because everyone knows you're throwing the football. If I can move a safety, I can move a corner, a back, or whatever, and they know we're throwing the football, then wait until you get a pass rush. Wait until you get understand you got a play action. So, yes, I think that defensively it's probably not the greatest because you're getting no pressure on the quarterback, but there are some benefits to it.
Next up, another big wide receiver extension is done. The Ravens and Zay Flowers agreed to a 4-year deal worth up to $140 million. The average annual value of $35 million makes Flowers the 4th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Now, Bump, we do not talk about Zay Flowers a ton when we're talking about top 5 wide receivers in football. Is he?
Top 5? No, I wouldn't say top 5.
He's getting paid like top 5.
I mean, because he has top 5 ability, I would say. But his numbers are going to tell you top 5. But I think that's big. That just lets you know how important he is to the organization. I'm sitting here saying maybe he's not a top 5, but they see him as a top 5. The ability is there. He's a crafty receiver, good routes, good hands. He's fast. I love seeing players get paid.
Did Baker Mayfield hurt himself in contract talks with the Bucs by going public with his frustration? Cut 27. ESPN's Adam Schefter thinks so.
Does it ever help anybody when there's a public contract negotiation? Is that ever a good thing? Like, there are conversations between employer and employee that should always stay private. When is it ever a good thing that one side speaks out against the other and then you have to go carry on and do business together? That cannot be helpful and constructive. Now, Baker's Baker, and Baker doesn't care, and he's going to say whatever he wants to say, and that's one of the things that makes Baker great. But in my mind, and I would say this to him, like, again, that's him, but it would have been better for him to walk into the office of the GM and been like, You disrespected me. I don't appreciate it. I'm pissed off. I'm not signing, and I'm going to play it out, and we'll see you at the bargaining table after the season, and slam the door in his face. Wouldn't that have been as effective?
What do you think?
I love Baker speaking out.
I mean, he clearly doesn't. For him, he's like, I've been disrespected. I don't want to continue in negotiations.
I love him speaking out.
Else.
He's bounced around the league for a few teams. He's put this franchise on his back. He's been told he's a franchise type of quarterback. And, you know, Adam obviously is more connected than all of us.
Yeah.
Right? And we don't know what that relationship is like between Baker Mayfield and management. But players get publicly critiqued all the time. We talk about them. ESPN, Sports, and all that good stuff. I'm all for putting some pressure on ownership. Yeah, do the right thing. That man should be paid.
Now, Adam knows how owners and GMs are going to feel because he's well connected. I am talking about how I imagine some fans feel, and this is how I see it. The way that I would handle things and the way that I think most people would try to is to be professional. You don't say a single thing. You just like forward facing, especially as a quarterback. You don't say a thing. You just, stick with like, we didn't get it done, but whatever. We'll revisit that in the offseason. You just act like it's a non-factor. I think that's what GMs and teams would love. Then the opposite extreme is doing what Brandon Ayuk is doing. Now, when Adam Schefter or anyone else says Brandon Ayuk is hurting his chances of ever signing with another team, he's absolutely right. When you say that Brandon Ayuk is like looking like a headache to anyone else and making it a risk to take on, absolutely right. To me, what Baker Mayfield did doesn't change anything I already thought about him. Like he responded in a way where I thought that's Baker Mayfield.
Brandon Ayuk made it personal. Baker Mayfield is talking business. Simple as that. And so what? Be uncomfortable. Owners, managers, coaches, be uncomfortable.
Well,
so what? Let him talk his talk.
Baker Mayfield is kind of in your face as a guy. Like it's Baker Mayfield just said, I'm going to have an amazing year and they'll learn or whatever.
He wouldn't be true to himself if he didn't do that.
Exactly. Like, I don't think that I would imagine there's not a single GM or owner around the league that saw that and thought, I didn't think he was that guy. If you were going to sign Baker Mayfield as a team, that's exactly who you knew you were signing.
Yeah.
And it's not bad to me.
We knew that when he was at Oklahoma.
I know. One of the few remaining free agents could find a new home as the Broncos are reportedly interested in reuniting head coach Sean Payton and Taysom Hill. Cut 28, Mike Florio says there's been little interest in Hill this offseason.
The Broncos will explore signing him. Chris, this feels like Sean Payton doing Taysom Hill a solid because he's been available to anyone since March. That's what's so strange about this. All of a sudden, we're talking about Taysom Hill because he posted a farewell to New Orleans last week. He's been a free agent, and no one's brought up his name. And that kind of tells you where it stands right now. For as great as he was, he'd be in a camp right now if somebody saw that Taysom Hill could still do what he's done for the past several years.
And it's interesting, when Clint Kubiak joined the Seahawks last year, we spent a good chunk of the offseason wondering whether or not Taysom Hill would come here because Kubiak brought up Taysom unprompted in a press conference when he was talking about like weapons that he'd used in the past, and people were like, ooh, what if they trade for Taysom? What if they sign for him? And Florio's right. You haven't heard a single person trying to, not just to Seattle, but anywhere.
No, you're right. And I think he's at the point of his career to where he has to like officially pick a position now. All right, pick a position. All right, you can't be a running back, a quarterback, a tight end. It's time to lock it down somewhere because that athleticism is slowly fading away. But if anyone knows how to use the young man, it is Mr. Payton.
It's going to be Payton. Next up, does this mean anything to you, Bump? The Cardinals announced Carson Beck will be their starting quarterback for Thursday's Hall of Fame game. Now, maybe the Cardinals want to keep Jacoby Brissett healthy. Maybe the Cardinals are sending Jacoby a lesson. Maybe they want to see what Carson looks like in case he wants to start. I don't know. Does it mean anything? Am I reading into it? Carson Beck starting Hall of Fame game?
Hey, I told you he was going to start that game back in '87. But you want to listen to him. No, Carson Beck, he's so old, man. I mean, he's got so many.
Carson Beck?
Carson Beck. He's an old college kid.
Okay.
He played like 7 seasons or something like not 7, maybe like 6 seasons. Like he's got a lot of snaps is what I mean.
Okay.
He's got some experience. Yeah, so no, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
That doesn't tell you anything about how he could be starting for them?
I mean, I think again, I said this before. I think he's competing. I think Jacoby's going to do it.
Yeah.
But I think that he's going to have to prove it. He's going to have to fight for it.
Do you think the Cardinals are going to win more than 2 games?
Yeah.
3.
I look at their schedule.
I saw the over-under on them at 2.5. And
Really?
I thought that feels like
I think I'll take the
doable.
over.
I would
I'll
too.
take the over.
Not by a lot, but I don't know, man. There's got to be a game where Jeremiah Love just does it himself. There's got to be a game where maybe some improvements on defense.
Look,
or there's got to be a game where maybe Marvin Harrison Jr.
Michael
finally
Wilson,
looks like.
Harrison Jr., Trey McBride.
There's going to be. I think they're going to get 3.
Guys.
I think they're going to get 3.
You give him 3?
I think that's a little low for them.
I'll give him 4.
Okay.
Give him 4.
That's pretty confident.
Yeah,
that's a nice little finish there.
It's a nice little finish there.
Well, I'm just saying, what was that cut? I think it was Larry Fitzgerald saying, like, this team could take a massive step forward, win 8 games, and it wouldn't matter because they're so out of it in this division. But that he saw a world where they did have that kind of improvement. Now, Larry Fitzgerald is joining Arizona Sports Radio, speaking with Arizona sports fans. And he's a former Cardinal, so he's going to be as optimistic as you possibly could about the team.
Yeah.
So if the as optimistic glass half full look is 8 games, there's a world where they certainly don't touch that. But I think the Cardinals will have the number 1 pick, but I don't see some season where it's a Detroit Lions 0-16 thing.
Nah.
Not only because they're 17 games,
They got some
but
work to
because
do.
I don't
They got a lot of work to do, but they do have some personnel on offense.
Last one quickly. Former Husky receiver and 2024 second-round pick Jalen Polk announced she's retiring from the NFL. I know. He was drafted by the Patriots, then traded to the Saints in 2025. A surprise retirement, clearly. Cut 29, Saints head coach Kellen Moore asked about it today.
I'll let him kind of handle that, but, again, it was a personal decision, and Jalen had a great OTA. It was a great start to camp, and I think, he just felt like this was the best decision for him on a personal level, and so love that guy. He did an awesome job through the entire process here, the year plus that we had him, and so we'll continue to support him and love him.
Absolutely. I need to know what's happening. It's not our business to know. It's up to him to share, but 24 years old,
So
retiring.
Like 2-3 years in the game?
2 years.
It's if your heart's not in football, you can't fake it. So if his heart ain't in it, go ahead and get out, and then you're young enough to start a new career.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an injury thing there. I don't know. I'm sure it's a developing story, obviously, but a very surprising announcement there for a former Husky. What I need to know coming your way next. Sports, non-sports, doesn't matter. Send your questions in 866-979-3776.
Alex Rodriguez, exclusively with Brock and Salk.
A-Rod, what are you doing this weekend?
I got a call from Mr. John Stanton. He invited me to the very special weekend to be part of the top 50, so I'm very excited.
Was this important to you?
I've been getting booed there for 27 years, so I kind of had lost hope that this story would come full circle, and I'm over the moon, and thank God for the opportunity.
Watch in its entirety on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies of all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Keep summer outside where it belongs. Save $588 on every window and $1,088 on every door, plus free heat deflecting glass. Claim your free quote today, plus 12 months no payments. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Do you need a new roof? Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and secure $500 off your project this summer. Our technicians build a custom plan to ensure a high-quality roof installation every time. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store in Marysville. We are back and open here Tuesday through Saturdays. If you're looking for doors, you need to come and see us. We have an incredible selection of doors to choose from, and currently you can take advantage of our quick turnaround time for pre-hungs and matchups. Please visit us here in Marysville at 1046 Cedar Avenue, or Monday through Friday in Shoreline on 15th Avenue Northeast. And as always, don't forget to check us out online at franklumber.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on Us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Normally, this would obviously be at 1:45 to wrap up the show. We are still with you for another hour, but we're going all Mariners for the dugout from 1 to 2. So what I need to know right now, get your questions in, 866-979-3776. First one, what are your thoughts on Mitch Garver and Rob Refsnyder being released?
Price of doing business. It's the name of the game. You don't perform, you get demoted, cut, released. I've been cut, released, demoted, all of that. So I feel your pain, but they have to set themselves up for success. And Pareda, when he got sent back down, I think everybody was kind of disappointed. And Refsnyder has been a disappointment. He was great last year with Boston, not doing his job this year. You got to make moves to win. And I think this is one of those moves.
Yeah, I think my reaction to it is for Refsnyder. Yeah, I think we all expected this move for a long while and certainly expected it when Ward was released. For Garver, I know he was great with ABS and has a good relationship with pitchers, but the bat just wasn't there. It hadn't been there since being with Seattle. And while that's fine in theory for a backup catcher, when your offense needs this much help, you need to find that help anywhere. So we started the show by saying, well, the Mariners trade deadline told us that they see themselves as in this and that they ended up being buyers as opposed to sellers. However, this move also tells me that they realize they desperately need help. That they realize, like, what we've been doing isn't working.
It ain't working.
866-979-3776. Have any of you had a concussion, and if so, how long was your recovery? Bump?
I've had 3 documented, probably had about 7 of them things.
Wow.
And back in my day, the protocol was a bit different. They didn't want you to sleep more than 2 hours, 3 hours at a time. You couldn't look at TV, which is, I think for some protocols, that's still it now. And it was typically just a week. They're like, all right, you're fine. Give it a week and you'll be fine, good to go. Obviously, now there's more research on the severity of concussions, and some are affected worse than others. But mine took about a week, max.
I've never had one. Curtis, you ever had one?
Yes, actually. This brings me to a story. When I was, no joke, in preschool, so I was probably like 4 or 5 years old, I jumped off a slide. I remember jumping. I don't remember landing. Woke up in the arms of a paramedic. And then they had to call my parents, and they came to the preschool to pick me up and took me to the hospital.
Paramedics got there quick, or you were out long.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. But, I was out and ended up having to go to the hospital. They scanned me and everything. I just remember having the worst headache ever.
Scanned your cat.
Yeah, they did. So, that was my worst concussion experience. I'm surprised I remember so much about it, considering I was out for the majority of it.
I wonder how long you were laying there.
I don't know.
Let's say 20 minutes.
God, I feel bad for like my preschool teachers being like, this kid died on our wall.
Do you think any kids around you took a knee?
They probably kept playing. They were just like, move out of the way, kid.
What I need to know. Do I need to pay my wife's second red light ticket? Yeah, it's in my name, but she was driving. No.
I mean, if you share a bank account, it doesn't matter who's paying
Same thing.
I guess. Oh, so maybe that's what is the context that's missing. Maybe he's saying it's coming from our bank account, but should I push back and kind of make her pay it herself?
I mean, are you the breadwinner? If you're the breadwinner, if she's a stay-at-home mom,
sure.
Yeah,
then like it just is what it is.
But if she working, go ahead and cough it up.
That's on you. What I need to know. Stacy casually dropped shoes on Diet Coke number 3. How many does she drink in a day? I don't think I top out more than 3.
On a good day, 3 or 4.
Or 4 max.
1 per hour.
Max.
On a good day. You haven't been going too crazy.
What's a 4 Diet Coke day for you, Stacy? What are you doing on a 4 Diet Coke day?
Well, you guys have been around. First of all, I'm the fastest talker on this show, arguably on this station. You guys have literally had to like tell me to like
That's
chill.
more off the coffee though. The coffee. I'll be like, oh.
That's when you're singing and dancing in commercial breaks and like dusting and just.
Yeah, I can tell when listeners start going like, is Stacy okay? Then I'm like, okay, I need to chill. 866-979-3776. We just spoke with Jalen Milroe. What do you think the Hawks do? Will they keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster again, says another listener, or 2 and then keep 1 on the practice squad?
Nah, I think they'll keep 3.
Yeah, I think it'll be the same as last season.
3, yeah.
I think the more interesting conversation is next year when Drew's that much older, Jalen has continued developing, and now you're going into your 3rd year with him. You want to make the most of that rookie deal when Sam Darnold suddenly needs to get paid. I think the really fascinating quarterback conversations for Seattle are after this season.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't believe this is a question. Does toilet paper go over or under? Toilet paper roll, over, under? Over. What? Who has it from under?
I think I freestyle. I think I just throw it on there and see what happens.
Wow, that's reckless.
Insane.
Yeah.
You know what? That's the 7 concussions talking. This is the difference between someone who's had 7 concussions and someone who hasn't.
You go
No,
over.
the toilet paper. It's always over.
Is it?
Yes.
I'm gonna start going under on purpose every time now.
And you know what? You're the only one that's gonna suffer. That's like when they say that anger is like drinking poison and expecting your rival to feel sick.
Yeah.
That's you with going the under toilet paper. It only hurts you.
You think so? Why? How does it hurt?
It's annoying.
I remember one time.
It's objectively more annoying.
I remember I was at somebody's house one time, and I called them out for putting their toilet paper under, and they were like, well, it prevents cats from unrolling it. And I was like, do you have a cat? And they're like, no. And I was like, then why are you doing this?
You just throw out a fun fact
Do you
for
think
you.
stray cats are coming into your house and unrolling your toilet paper?
You just never know when you're going to get a cat. You never know.
Well, it prevents cats from unrolling it. Like I was the idiot in that situation.
I like that as an answer, though. With well, obviously. This was actually one from yesterday that I kept. How many unread text, emails, etc. do you actually leave on your phone? Because I have 0. The notifications bug me. Do you let yours get up to like hundreds?
Emails, I can go hundreds. Text messages, I get on those quick.
I do the same thing because I've had the same email for forever. So I just turn off the notifications because I get so many spam things from places you shopped at online.
Yeah. Put your email here for 5% discount.
Yeah, texts is I hate seeing notifications for that. I don't often. What I need to know. How many times do you think Brendan Donovan will actually get on base today?
Twice.
Oh, wow.
Twice, 2 things.
Good day.
He's going to walk one and then a little dribbler.
A dribbler?
A little dribbler out there.
Nice. Let's see. Someone said, I disagree. You're an adult. You should pay for your own tickets. Having someone else pay for you is like a child. But if that person doesn't have a job.
That's your baby, though? That's your baby.
The way I look at it is if you are a single income household wherein you are the sole breadwinner, this person does not have other income coming in.
Yeah.
The work usually that whether it's whoever it is, whichever partner it is, the work that person is doing is typically like raising kids. Like that's still work. They just aren't getting paid for it. So like you're a single income house. That's how it is. You don't just say like find a way to come up with $200. That's weird. That's weird to me.
See how this changes when you have kids and you have a dude and he's making hella money and you run that red light. You're like, baby.
Oh,
pay
absolutely.
this for me. Pay this for me.
I'm just gonna be like, well, no, I have no excuse. I have no excuse whatsoever. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. We are not going anywhere. In fact, it's all Mariners from 1 to 2. Shannon Drayer gets us started next.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob, 2 to 7.
Seahawks out here, Hard Knocks film crew is out here. You kind of have to look for them. They did take up the whole gravel parking lot out there with all their trailers. Oh, did they? Yeah, but I think Mike McDonald, this is right up his alley, right? Like how to ignore it and don't worry about all of that stuff. He's all about that. It's going to be interesting to watch what footage they use, and they're out there recording everything. They got it dialed in. They've done this before.
On Seattle Sports. Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Law Tigers was born from a passion for the open road. Over 25 years ago, they saw a community that has each other's backs. Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I've been riding for quite a while now, and I tell you, it's nice to know these guys are in my corner if I ever need them. Law Tigers was built by riders for riders, protecting what matters most, your freedom, your family, and the ride. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because riders deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced because they know how much those things mean to you. So if you're injured in a motorcycle accident, give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. Because every ride you take, your freedom could be on the line. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. You know I love my acronyms, PCF. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I, and we just loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. You know, most people who start with a design package end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. With People Come First.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Fall Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 29th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Up to 200 collector, vintage, and classic vehicles, many going to the highest lucky bidder with absolutely no reserve. Get lucky, get local, and get in line. Visit LuckyOldCar.com for a list and pictures of auction vehicles. Or call 206-467-6531 for bidding and consignment details.
Look, one of the best parts of training camp is identifying the guys who pass the eye test, right? The ones who, when you see them, it's obvious they absolutely put the work in during the off season. If that's what you want people to think when they see you walk into a room, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. It's Mike Salk, and people across Western Washington have lost significant weight and become a healthier, happier version of themselves with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I'm one of them. Dropped 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. That could be you before the end of the summer. Here's the best parts. You enjoy the delicious food that you love. The program lasts as it teaches you lifelong habits. There are no monthly fees, no pills, and no injections. All it takes to get started is a free 15-minute phone conversation. Find out if it's right for you. Schedule yours at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Schedule it for when you're in the car, commuting to work, or just running errands, because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
MLB's trade deadline came and went yesterday, and the Mariners made two notable additions. Reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez, that was part of the Luis Castillo deal with the White Sox over the weekend, plus a move yesterday morning for righty bat Taylor Ward. Seattle's back at it tonight with a series against the Tigers. Emerson Hancock gets the start. Casey Mize was scheduled to start for Detroit, but he was dealt yesterday during the deadline, so TBD on who Seattle's lineup will actually face.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is The Dugout, taking you inside your Seattle Mariners.
Swing and a miss, and he got him with a slider.
Presented by Top Fitness.
On the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Swinging a shot over the bag at first, fair ball. The Mariners win it. Here comes Leo Rivas to score. Cal Raleigh with a walk-off single.
Time to grab a seat and talk Mariners baseball in The Dugout.
Mariners insider Shannon Drayer joining us now for The Dugout. Shannon, the trade deadline came and went. We have two new notable Mariners, reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez and outfielder Taylor Ward. Let's start with Ward, the bigger of the two acquisitions. What did the Mariners accomplish by acquiring him?
Well, they got their right-handed bat, and that is huge, A, because it was a need, and B, because that was a tough thing to acquire in this trade deadline and in recent ones as well, something that's been very much in demand throughout baseball. So in Ward, they're getting somebody that it's really different. I've told people, if you remember the Taylor Ward from Anaheim that you saw for so many years, this one's different. That guy was somebody that was going to go up to the plate. He's going to swing quite a bit. He hit 36 home runs last year. And then in the offseason, he went to work on his approach and completely changed his hitting profile. And I should almost say more, just as a bats. He is somebody that's going to see a lot of pitches. He's got a great eye, takes a ton of walks, has one of the highest on-base percentages in baseball, and most importantly, I believe it's the 5th highest on-base percentage against lefties, and the Mariners, they've struggled. They've got a little bit better against lefties of late. I will give them a little credit for that, but they really needed to reinforce what they were doing against lefties, and he is somebody that, at a minimum, is going to work a pitcher, which is huge. If you can get those starters out early, we've seen it time and time again. Your team can go to work on the bullpen a little bit later. He's somebody that absolutely can do that. When he swings, he does make decent contact. He does use the whole field. Again, it's not going to go out of the ballpark as much as it did in the past. It can from time to time. He's got 7 home runs, but he's going to be on base, and he is going to ultimately lengthen that lineup for the Mariners and make it tougher on the starters. So when you take into consideration you are getting him, that Brendan Donovan is due back, this lineup's going to look pretty different when we see them next.
Shannon, why was there such a shift in Taylor Ward when it comes to his slugging and his approach in the box? Is it Father Time? I mean, he's 32, or what'd you see?
I don't know. I mean, we saw what we saw, but we don't know why he did it. I've done some reading on that, and I haven't seen it, and I'm really interested to get to talk to him about it because it was such a dramatic shift. It was, not a little tweak in the off season. It was an entire approach. He's letting the ball travel almost 1.5 inches more than he did in the past before he try and get out front and do some damage. And now he's looking and recognizing pitches and doing some different things. So it's an interesting approach. Don't know why he did it. I know that the Baltimore Orioles are very much surprised by that. But, what he did was he turned himself into a very good leadoff hitter. I don't know if we'll see him hit leadoff for the Mariners. We'll find out later tonight. I would imagine. I mean, you've got to like what Cole Young did, maybe against lefties. You see Taylor Ward lead off, but it's something that is very intriguing. That when we saw him in Baltimore earlier this year, we were taking note of that, and we knew in advance and doing just some of our pre-work that was going on. But then you saw it, and you saw just what a pest that can be to the starting pitcher and what that can do in lengthening the lineup. And so I'm very interested to hear, why and how.
Brendan Donovan, obviously expected back. I don't know when JP's coming back. Hollander mentioned with Wyman and Bob yesterday, you're looking at, maybe a couple weeks here, 2 weeks or so. Tell us a bit about how this lineup, speaking of, has a chance to evolve over easily their toughest month of the year.
Yeah, well, you're getting a key player back that you haven't had for a long, long time in Brendan Donovan. And, when he left, he was the leadoff hitter. And now I think, again, we're waiting to see that first lineup. He's got a decent stretch of a rehab assignment. He's played a good stretch of games across all levels. I hope they probably let him hit a little bit lower in the order, get his legs under him. And then what we've normally seen with the rehab guys is they're usually a day on, a day off, or a day and a DH day. And DH days, by the way, are going to be harder to come by with what they've got going right now. Taylor Ward is mainly a left field. They can play him in right, but I think that DH spot's going to be used primarily for the outfielder who is not playing that day if they don't need a rest. So that's going to be a little bit tougher to manage there, but for good reasons, and that strengthens your bench. And your bench has been, it's definitely not what it was when they drew this up and put out the opening day lineup. But, so you'll have Brendan Donovan back. You'll have Taylor Ward in there. Unfortunately, we got the news that Luke Raley is most likely out for the year, so that's going to change the right field situation. And then after that, I think you're going to see the players that you obviously have seen before, and you're going to have Dom Canzone out there, Cal Raleigh, of course, behind the plate, Josh Naylor. And when JP comes back, then your rotation is going to be a little bit tougher. I think what's going to happen is JP will probably go to third base, and Brendan Donovan will start moving around. So with JP out, Donovan will probably be planted mostly at third base, but then that's when it's really going to be the challenge is when he gets back. You've got more players to play with, and again, one more player on the bench that is going to benefit them. It's going to evolve as they go through this month and as Donovan in particular gets his legs under him. But I think the most exciting part is that you are going to have another member of that lineup who has, got a full 4 months of good stuff behind him this season, and you'll look and watch and see how it translates.
Mariners get another arm in Sir Anthony, a name I love. Dominguez.
Isn't that
tell me about him.
Best?
It's one of the best sports names I've ever heard in my life, Shannon.
It is. I've thought that for years. Veteran, and he is somebody that has pitched in most roles in the bullpen. He brings something that the Mariners really haven't had. Their arms, their leverage arms, all of them have been pretty good in the bullpen this year, and they've done great stuff when they have been reduced to, just 6, and you don't have that extra bullpen guy because you are going with the 6-man rotation. He's pitched in most different roles. He had some struggles this year with Baltimore, and he's got the swing and miss that you need in a bullpen that you don't have. He's got the elite swing and miss rate, but he also really walks a lot of batters. Now, the good news is you can usually erase those and get out of trouble because of the swing and the miss. So I think at times, because of what we're accustomed to in watching this pitching staff that don't walk a lot of batters, it might be, while you're getting to know him, a little bit nervous at times when you see him walk people. That's what he's done for the last couple of years, and there hasn't been a ton of damage. Last year's ERA was under 3.5, and for a reliever, that can happen in 3 outings to do that. That's a nice ERA for a reliever. So I think with him, you're going to see the good stuff. You're going to see some velocity from him. Not the upper elite triple digits probably, but probably a little bit below that. The ability to strike guys out. A guy that if you are short or if the bullpen is tired, that you probably will fire out there in a higher leverage situation, and you need to do that. But I think ultimately he's going to be more of a bridge guy between your B side of the bullpen and your A side of the bullpen, and with the potential to move into a higher leverage role. I think I want to see him a little bit more before because, again, he had the struggles. Baltimore had him closing a little bit, had him setting up a little bit early in the season, and there were some struggles, and they backed off of that. So he's been pitching mostly one-inning stints in games that were decided one way or another, usually by the time he's come in. But the stuff is there. There's a history there, a track record there. And who knows, maybe the Mariners can make a little tweak here and get that walk rate down a little bit, but he has survived with it very well. So I think that's just something you're going to have to trade off for that swing and miss.
I'll be honest, Shannon, when the trade deadline came and went, I thought, oh, God, I was really hoping they'd be able to add a high leverage reliever. They didn't, obviously, and even though adding Sir Anthony is big, I think I was just left for the first 30 minutes after going, okay, is it going to come after the deadline? Are we going to see a Jeff Passan tweet or Shannon Drayer tweet that comes out? So they did not end up adding another guy there. What does it tell you? Does it mean that they have confidence that Brash and Vargas are coming back okay? Does it mean that teams were asking for too much? What did it tell you?
Well, they did want to add another arm. There's no question about that. So in reading, and I don't want to read into it too much. We'll have the opportunity to ask the questions, but I do think that, ultimately that what they said is they didn't have matches with other teams, and that indicates they were asking for things that they were not willing to part with yesterday. So I think that that's the biggest thing. As far as the injuries go, Vargas is due back soon, like a couple of weeks, hopefully. I mean, none of these guys are throwing rehab assignments yet, and so until they do, I don't feel they're very close, but a bunch of them were in this weekend to be seen by the Mariners doctors, and usually that's the last step before they do start sending them out or they start upping their workload and what they're doing in preparation to go out on a rehab assignment. So I think that you will get Vargas back first. I'm not sure what's going on with Cooper Criswell. I know originally he was supposed to follow shortly after that. I need to follow up on that. And then Brash is further behind that. The last update that we heard was optimistic. Things were going well for him, but I don't think anybody was thinking it was going to be this month for him recently after the reports that we have had, the last few that we have had. So I think he is a little ways off still. And for me, I can't bank on him being there. You have to wait till he gets to that point. He's had 2 injuries this year. He is something that when he is ready is going to help this club in a big way, and probably not in a way that he has in the past, you're going to have to give him time. You're going to have to give him days off in between appearances. You're going to have to really pick your spots with him. But if he is able to come back in early September and the Mariners are in this, and then you have that easy schedule in September, you'll have the opportunity to slowly build him up for what you're hoping is a postseason. And hopefully by then he would be 100%. But, until we, A, see him throwing in rehab games, and B, get him back here, it's kind of nervous time with him. I don't know, what the thinking is on that. I do know that they are going to look at the options that they have in the minor leagues, and that includes both Cade Anderson. How do you use him? He's only at 82 innings right now. That's intentional. They've been very careful with his innings this year because they knew there was a chance that they would want to use him in the last month and a half of the season, and hopefully a postseason. The question now is, will it be as a starter, unlimited innings, and dare I say, perhaps in a piggyback, and that's the one situation where you definitely do that historically. I mean, that's how young pitchers have been brought up usually. Or would it be something out of the pen? And then Ryan Sloan, the stuff that he has is the stuff that I think would play better out of the pen, and the question is he ready for that? And if either of them ended up out there, it would be just for the remainder of the season. They're starters. That's their path. But if they have an opportunity to impact the big league rotation or bullpen and team for that matter, they will take it if they're on a run.
She is Mariners insider Shannon Drayer, kind enough to join us. Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
All right, all Mariners from 1 to 2 for the dugout. Alex Mayer still set to join us at 1:45. Latest from Jeff Passan, who was on with Brock and Salk earlier this morning, coming up at 1:30. And coming up next, Mariners analyst Angie Mentink.
The Mariners have acquired.
The trade deadline is in the books. Where do the Mariners stand now?
Orioles outfielder Taylor Ward.
They get some offensive help they've been seeking. Most people thought they're going to get two guys. You're going to get a bullpen arm, and Sir Anthony fits a lot of that, and you're going to get a right-handed hitting, very competent pro.
You've got 87 walks, hitting 246. I'll take that right now for the Mariners.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com and the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
No matter the time of year, working out at home is the best. Brock Heward here, and allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. And everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stuff. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have flooring and weights that go right in your home gym. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Every job's different, so why not your equipment plan? Rent it when you need it. Buy it when you're ready. Levitt Machinery makes it easy to get to work. Need a lift? Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Pests and poor installation have something in common. One call to Eastside Exterminators takes care of both. For more than 50 years, families across Western Washington have trusted Eastside Exterminators to eliminate pests for good and protect homes from crawl space to attic. With dedicated installation services and the state's only smart pest detection technology. From Everett to Federal Way, one call handles it all. 425-482-2271 or visit eastsideexterminators.com. Eastside Exterminators, family first pest control.
Fast Water Heater has spent the last 40 years becoming Seattle's go-to at one position. Hot water. Dave Wyman here, and I always talk about how important versatility can be. At Fast Home Services, they've built versatility at every spot in your home's lineup, adding HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. That's Fast Home Services. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate, or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ Way.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
Going inside your Seattle Mariners. Back to more of The Dugout on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Joining us now on The Dugout, Mariners analyst Angie Mentink. Angie, how's it going?
Good. You know, I had a day off yesterday and got probably 1/5. What am I talking about? 1/10 of everything that I was trying to do on the one day off and had piled in the one day off. My poor tomatoes in the garden. They're huge and they're like falling all over. And I was going to get one of those towers and like attach them so they don't like rot on the ground. But
not yesterday. Bad day for those tomatoes at the trade deadline. This is not working. Well, speaking of the trade deadline, the question that I asked Bump to start the show, I'm actually going to ask of you as well, which is, what did the Mariners tell you with their moves at the deadline?
Oh, that's a good question, Stacey. What did Bump say? No, it's okay. I think, that we know how this team scores their runs. They hit home runs. We know that. But what they haven't had, with a lot of these home runs is traffic on when they do homer. We'd love to, say this is a team that can get them on, get them over, get them in. It's just not the way they, have gotten it done very often this year. And so I think, Taylor Ward is a guy that is going to get on. He leads the American League in walks. I mean, more than Yordan Alvarez, probably the most feared hitter in the American League. So I think that is going to be helpful. And I think that they know that they need somebody to be right-handed as well. That would be ideal. So he checks that box as well.
Yeah, it's I thought it was a very responsible trade deadline. I think you moved some money with Castillo.
That's a good way to say it. You said it way better than me.
I'm a father of three. I'm all about being responsible.
You're all about, and make sure you turn the lights off.
Yeah, and they did exactly that. But Angie, I think it still comes down to the guys here, right? I mean, Julio has performed, Cal, all these guys. But I forgot who we spoke to, and they said that they feel like Cal's timing and rhythm is coming back with his swing. I love listening to you talk about swing mechanics and all that stuff. What are you seeing from Cal?
Yeah, we know that Cal hits the ball hard. He does that, whether it's on the ground or in the air. The hope is that he gets it in the air. I think he has simplified things. I think Cole Young has simplified things. And I think both of those guys, I'm saying that because they're doing something similar with their swing. They're just getting ready, taking the bat up off their shoulder into launch position, ready to go. Not a lot of thought, not a lot of movement, not a lot of tilt. Because we've seen, Julio do that in the past where you see that bat dump, you see that bat tilt. And all of a sudden, something like that, you could be in the middle of your tilt and all of a sudden he's slide stepping. And by the way, going back to, Taylor Ward and that traffic, getting pitchers out of the windup, making them throw out of the stretch is huge. And just putting that pressure on that pitcher, and making it harder for them to execute their pitches, I think is going to be really important. And it helps guys, like Julio as well. So, we haven't even talked about Brendan Donovan, who I swear to you guys, every single time I almost call him Brendan Ryan. Having him back, and I know, it's going to take him a little while to get up to speed, but I think this is enough. This is enough of a runway with August for him to get up to speed. But I think they've got some really nice pieces coming back and then added some as well.
We do want to ask about Brendan. I'm going to start with one of the names Bump kind of threw out there, though, and go to Naylor. I was watching your post-game interview with him after the walk-off win, and maybe he was a little down because he fell on his face and, maybe broke his nose. I have no idea. Took a tough tumble. But he said as part of that interview, something about, and I need to be better. And just seemed like a little, I don't know if it's the stress of the deadline or what. And I remember thinking at the time, I get it. Like, they all want to be better. Like, this club's had a really tough first 110 games or so. But, like, Naylor has quietly been improving and getting on base, and you're seeing some of that from him. Tell me a bit about not just that conversation and your interactions with him, kind of your feel for where he's at right now, but also what you've seen from him at the plate.
I feel like I've just been on this soapbox so much this year about taking a step back before you can take a step forward. And I think we're seeing that with Josh Naylor for sure. I talk about how difficult it is to get the ball up in the air pull side. Okay. Your timing has to be perfect. Your margin for error is 0. And we see so many guys wanting to do that. We've lived with Randy all of last year doing that. What is he doing this year? He's allowing that ball to travel more. He's seeing spin longer. He's seeing the ball, making better swing decisions, going up the middle and using the right side of the field as well. Ryan Healy said something a few weeks ago. I'm totally stealing that. Whole bat, whole field. And I love that. And that's what you're seeing with Randy. And then Josh finally, where he was like looking to be so aggressive, swinging, at the first pitch, whether it was in the strike zone or out of the strike zone. And what have you seen over this on-base streak? Up the middle, opposite way. 22, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think it's 22 of 27 hits over this on-base streak are up the middle or opposite field. Only 5 to the pull side. And, we also say this all the time in baseball, slug isn't hit, it's thrown. You're going to get that pitch where you're going to see it early out of the pitcher's hand and you're going to catch it out front and you're going to get it up in the air. But that's like his mistake, and at this level, they don't make a whole lot of them. When they do, you punish them for it. But right now, he's taking what he's been given, and I think that's why we're seeing that success. And I don't want to go into it, but, Josh, I had a conversation with Josh before the interview, and there were things that we decided we weren't going to discuss. And I'm always very respectful of that. So, there's things that we decided we weren't going to discuss and things that we were going to discuss. Yeah. So that's what we did in that post-game interview.
I was just hoping he wasn't being too hard on himself.
No, look, they do. They wear it. I mean, as much as the coaches, are trying to get this guy going or that guy going, nobody, cares more than these guys doing it. And, then they have to put on a brave face, and you don't often see, what you're talking about, Stacey, that vulnerable, side of them where they're like, yeah, I'm really trying, man. I mean, we see it sometimes with Wu. He's a guy that wears his heart on his sleeve. But, these guys are trying to go up to the camera and to the microphone, and they're trying to be dudes, It
was a great interview.
So what did Josh say you couldn't talk about? Just plain, Angie.
Yeah, so tell us everything you had off the record.
I love that slug isn't hit, it's thrown. That just clicked in my little football mind, Angie. But I saw a stat yesterday, and it baffled me. It said Josh Naylor has the 3rd most hits in the majors with pitches thrown outside of the zone. What does that mean to you? And just, your thoughts on that.
Well, he's got excellent bat to ball skills. But sometimes when you have excellent bat to ball skills, it hurts you in the sense that you put the ball in play weakly. And instead, you'd like to have missed it completely and just taken a strike and having another go at it. But a lot of times, when a guy can go outside the zone and touch the baseball, all of a sudden he's popping that up, or, down at the bottom he's rolling it over because he got to it, where guys that don't have elite bat to ball skills would just miss the ball entirely. So it's a blessing and a curse sometimes because, you'd rather that be strike 2 instead of an out.
Now we're going to get to Brendan Donovan, who's coming back with this team, and it's great news. However, he was gone for quite a while. So my first question is, where does he it's not like a pure lineup projection, but where does he kind of fit in right now that Cole is so firmly established himself as the leadoff guy? And then if you're Brandon, what's this period like? What would the next 2 weeks kind of be like for you? You're not going to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that his rehab assignment really just made us all drool and went can't wait to get this guy back. But I think that he is a veteran enough player that he's not going down to do the same things that a younger player would do. And I'm not going to say just generic things like timing and everything else, but sometimes, seeing a lot of pitches isn't necessarily a great thing. We've talked lately about, the Mariners had this 10-pitch at bat, this 11-pitch at bat, this 8-pitch. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's not so good because, the success at the end of that bat usually statistically isn't optimal, and it might help you later in the game, because you saw a lot of different pitches, so you can recognize them better out of hand. But what I'm saying is Brendan Donovan may be going down there, and he's like, I just want to see pitches. I just want to see pitches. I want to stand in the box, and I want to see a lot of pitches. And the outcome of those at-bats isn't as important to him as just getting in there and feeling it again. So I'm kind of hoping that there's some of that going on. And, when he comes back here, he'll be in a better position to hit the ground running. But yeah, I think you start him down towards the bottom of the order, but at the same time, if all of a sudden he comes out and he's walking for you and he's putting the ball in play all over the field like he does, and then he'll hit a gap and every once in a while he'll catch it out front and lose one, he's back at the top of my lineup pretty quickly.
Ange, what was your reaction to the Skubal trade?
Duh. They needed that, right? The Dodgers needed him so badly, right? They were so – no, I was just kidding. I actually was – when we were in L.A., I was like, they're going to scratch Skubal from his last start with Detroit, and because that was been Wednesday. He started in Detroit, and they're just going to scratch him for that, and they're gonna ship him here, and he's gonna start Thursday in the finale against the Mariners. I'm like, this is how it's gonna play out. Now, not necessarily a bad thing because the Mariners have had Skubal's number, so they've actually played really well against him, done really well against him. But I was like, that's just this is how this is gonna go down. They're gonna get him. A, the Dodgers are gonna get him, and then B, he's gonna be here in the finale as the Mariners try to win this series. So. It's really an embarrassment of riches. I mean, when I saw that Dodgers team in person with my own eyes for that series, you guys, I was just like, it's just, they got guys. They got guys 1 through 9. I mean, they were against Munoz, and Munoz was gross. He was absolutely gross. 103, snapping off his slider, and they were in against him. And now, mind you, Munoz got the save. He was better. With the tying win 90 feet away in Shohei Ohtani. But every single one of them were like on 103, spit on the slider. I was just like, they were not overmatched at all. And it was just like, wow. Like, wow, that is just crazy talent 1 through 9. And I was like, it's just, it's really something to watch. And then Shohei Ohtani's ability to go opposite field with the power that he does, I was like, they're not fair. They're really not fair.
They're a cheat code. Baseball cheat code is what they are.
They are. And again, they got Kyle Tucker hitting 7. Like, stop it.
That's when you know it's bad.
Stop it.
Just knock it off. She's Mariners analyst Angie Mentink. Thanks, Angie.
Thanks, Angie.
You got it.
See ya. What does Jeff Passan think of the Mariners trade deadline? He was on with Brock and Salk earlier this morning, and we'll take a listen next.
The Mariners have acquired.
The trade deadline is in the books. Where do the Mariners stand now?
Orioles outfielder Taylor Ward.
They get some offensive help they've been seeking. Most people thought they're going to get 2 guys. You're going to get a bullpen arm, and Sir Anthony fits a lot of that, and you're going to get a right-handed hitting, very competent pro.
You've got 87 walks, hitting 246. I'll take that right now for the Mariners.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com and the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey, Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and not all getaways are going to earn 4 diamonds, but you can experience the 4 Diamond Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where the breathtaking views, elevated dining, and world-class gaming and entertainment make the perfect escape. Also, check out upcoming shows. You got 80s pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th, or local rock legends Queensryche on October 10th. Tickets at snocasino.com. You can elevate your next getaway. That's 4 Diamond and Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Looking to add some excitement to your next night out? Then come roll the dice. Join us Sunday to Thursday after 8 p.m. at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar as Chef John Howie turns your dinner into an exciting game of chance. Enjoy fresh seafood, premier sushi, great steaks, and so much more. At the end of your meal, you roll the dice. You roll a 6, your entire food tab is free. Yes, 100% free. Will fortune favor you tonight? Gather your friends and go roll the dice. Book your table now at SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. See our current specials with exciting savings at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
If it's blocking your view, keeping your yard dark or shaded, or impossible to mow around, get rid of that tree or stump this summer with P&D Tree Service. They'll do it safely and quickly, cleaning up your yard in the process. P&D Tree turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. One tree or land clearing, they have the tools and expertise for the job. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever seen a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeservice.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Back to the dugout on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
All right, a new bit of news. So earlier in the show, Ryan Divish reported, we didn't break that news. Ryan Divish broke the news that the Mariners had released Rob Refsnyder.
Always trying to take some breaking news, man. Let him have his breaking news.
And Mitch Garver. I did not break that news. I was saying earlier in the show, we let you know that. We have a second bit of news. This one is fun. The Mariners announced this afternoon the Alumni Home Run Derby, which was previously only going to be an in-park event, will be streamable on Mariners.tv and MLB TV.
Why did it take them so long?
I don't know, but they're doing it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the right move. I think that's a great call, and it's going to be really fun. Because it's like, yeah, I'm sure that it will sell out, and it's going to be really awesome. But there are fans all over that, for whatever reason, especially if they live way outside of the city, are not going to be able to make it. And these are some of their favorite players, whether they're fan favorites, the familiar names we all know too, Ichiro and Griffey, who are going to be there captaining. Like, you want to be able to watch it. Well,
that's the
Ichiro,
first thing
not
I
a
asked
captain,
you.
but
I'm like, they're streaming it?
And I said no, but they are now.
Let's
go.
go.
Again, that was just announced. The Mariners are going to make that streamable. Cannot wait. You think our guy Ryan Rollins is going to be able to?
He's going to get at least 2 of them things.
I think he's. Yeah.
He's going wooden bat. He said he's not taking a metal bat. Metal bat is an option. It should not be an option.
Will Ryan Rollins-Smith have more home runs than the Arizona Cardinals have wins this year?
So I said they have 4. So I'm going to say yes. Of course, I'm going to support Ryan. He's going to have 5.
All right. The latest from Jeff Passan. Let's jump in.
On that train.
Board in that train. Curtis, Matt, you guys think Ryan's going to get more than 4?
No. I'll say 3.
Okay. And we'll let him know. The latest from Jeff Passan, who was on with Brock and Salk this morning. We'll start with cut 30, Jeff's reaction to the trade deadline.
I actually think they did really well for not being incredibly active. I thought the Luis Castillo trade not only killed 2 birds with 1 stone, but got them a prospect back. Like Boston Smith can play. He was the guy who the White Sox were being hit really hard on a couple of guys, and he was one of them. He was the guy who actually came back over in the deal that sent Curtis Meade to the Nationals, which, of course, he then gets flipped for Connolly early, and it turns out the White Sox picked a pretty good prospect. If you're the Mariners, you get that money off your books. You get the rotation situation handled. You can now bring up Cade Anderson mid-month if you want to.
So, again, thinks they did pretty well. The Castillo trade killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm not going to play this cut because I don't think we have time, but he thinks Ward was a great move for them to add. Overall, really liked it.
Yeah.
And also thought it was, like you said, a reasonable approach.
I said responsible.
Responsible.
But reasonable works. Reasonable, responsible. I think they're related. And it's every trade deadline looks different for each team, right? Some guys go out there and get a guy because they need that guy. With this team, it was like you need someone who's good against lefties.
Yep.
You need some bullpen relief. Let's clear some money up. Get Castillo out of there. Also got a prospect. Like it was kosher. It was every move made sense. And end of the day, guys that are here have to play better.
Let's focus on one of those moves before we focus on the guys here who need to play better. Taylor Ward being one of those moves. Cut 37, Jeff talks about what Taylor Ward brings to the lineup.
I want an on-base guy. I want a guy who's going to take walks. I want a guy who could hit, if not at the top of the lineup, then certainly in the first couple slots to put runners on base for the boppers that come after. And more than anything, I think he's just steady. He's solid, and that's what this lineup needs, I think. You can't have the up and down. You already have enough guys in this lineup who run super hot and super cold, and finding that in between, that steady Eddie, can be a really difficult thing to do. Taylor Ward is that guy.
I thought it was an interesting take because one of the things that I saw a lot after the acquisition was he's got 7 home runs. Well, so the Mariners have another guy they can leave stranded. And it's like, well, listen, getting on base is very important. The Mariners are not doing that enough either. They're not getting as many home runs as they absolutely need. They're not driving in runners. They also aren't getting a lot of runners on. So when they do get their solo shots, it's not enough to add on. When they do get their home runs, their solo shots, and you're not adding on what you need to. So, yeah, I thought it was an interesting take of, we don't always have to poo-poo every single thing because they didn't acquire Juan Soto.
People are going to, though. He is what JP has been for this team for the last, 3 or 4 years, right? Get on base, he's walking at a higher clip, not hitting for power. I think JP's best year with home runs was 19, I want to say, maybe a couple years ago. I know he is exactly what JP was for this team, even better in some areas for the last few years. So, yes, maybe, you don't just forget how to hit bombs in 1 year. I'm thinking he's going to go on a run, all right? He's going to hit 10 bombs while with the Mariners.
Finish the year with 17?
17. He's going to go nuts.
When's his first home run?
Forget what his average is at T-Mobile, okay?
Okay.
It's not good.
When's his next home run?
Third game.
First home run with the Mariners?
Third game.
Game 3 against the Tigers?
Game 3 against the Tigers. The Lions.
Okay. Okay.
Guess what?
What?
Scooble ain't there. He's
Curtis,
in L.A.
You see a home run from Ward coming against the Tigers?
Yeah, I think we did that in Hype Train.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
CTE.
I'm the only one that hasn't had a concussion. Let's see. We have enough time for this one. So I want to be able to play it because I think it's really important and an important part of the conversation we'll continue to have. August is an incredibly difficult schedule. The goal right now isn't to go absolutely undefeated. It's keep your head above water. Cut 35. Here's Jeff Passan.
I'll say this. It's going to be very interesting to see where the Mariners are on September 1st. Because if they are even within 5 games of a playoff spot at that point, I would feel very good about their chances, considering that they've got 7 with the A's and 7 with the Angels and 3 with the Rockies, and who knows what the Rangers are going to look like. Like, it is a cakewalk schedule in September for them.
So, considering that August is very, very tough, series against the Tigers, one of your, quote, easier opponents, matters a ton. I'm going to start previewing it with Alex Mayer next.
You hear about it first on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Rod, what are you doing this weekend?
I got a call from Mr. John Stanton. He invited me to the very special weekend to be part of the top 50, so I'm very excited.
Was this important to you?
I've been getting booed there for 27 years, so I kind of had lost hope this story would come full circle, and I'm over the moon, and thank God for the opportunity.
Watch in its entirety on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
No matter the time of year, working out at home is the best. Brock Heward here, and allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. And everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stuff. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have flooring and weights that go right in your home gym. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
When you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who actually live it, because you need someone who understands the ride. It's Bob Stelton here, and for 25 years, Law Tigers has helped thousands of riders. One mission only, to serve the motorcycle community. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. That's why riders have trusted Law Tigers, because this isn't just what they do, it's who they are. They're there 24/7, 365 days a year, because riders deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced, because they know how much those things mean to you. Law Tigers, 25 years strong and still riding with you. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need a lift? At Levitt Machinery, we take a different approach to help you lift more and worry less. We take the time to learn how you work. Then we match your business with equipment that solves your unique challenges. From forklifts and telehandlers to track loaders and excavators, we make sure you get the right equipment at the right cost. Because when your equipment does its job, you can focus on yours. Talk to Levitt Machinery today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Back to the dugout on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Joined now by Mariners stats and information's Alex Mayer. Alex, how's it going?
I'm great, Stacy. How are you guys?
I'm good.
I'm bad. I'm not doing good,
I
Alex.
can't speak for everyone.
Not doing good, Alex. You know, you sent Stacy, maybe even Curtis text messages too, you know?
No, definitely Curtis.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah,
I'm on
it's
the
a whole
the
group
two of
chat.
us
It's a
have
whole
been on
thing.
it.
You know, I'm not even going to dance around it.
You know, I think we had this conversation last year, Alex, you know?
Yeah.
And, but here's your pass. I just got a new number, okay?
Oh, no way. Yeah, because Curtis said, sorry, Curtis, but he said, how can Alex
Throw him
text
right under
Bump
there.
when Bump gets a new number every week?
Every week. Huh?
So do you want to explain why you have a new number? Because you didn't just go to the number store and say, let me get another one.
Hey, it's personal. Don't put my business out on the streets like that.
You-
Don't put my business out on the
Your
streets.
phone messed up and you didn't have a phone because you were locked out for a week.
A week, yes.
So you had to get a new number entirely.
Yeah.
And now Alex
we are.
can text us.
Here's
my question.
I had that other number the whole season he didn't text me.
Okay, but here's my question. When Alex texts us every Tuesday ahead of the dugout, are you actually going to respond to Alex?
No, but you know, I want the option to. I'm more.
All right.
I'm more of
Sure.
a text watcher,
Okay.
Alex. You know.
That's fine.
I feel like we
Alex,
need a segue if you want one, and let's talk about numbers. Because we
Let's
were
do
talking
it.
about
It's absolutely
love
a
it.
good place to go. Oh, wow, we should. New numbers with Michael
new
Bumpus.
numbers.
New numbers.
And that's how we'll absolutely introduce it. I'm actually going to start with learning more about Taylor Ward. And I know one number is 7, which is the number of home runs he has, but maybe that's not the one that matters most, Alex. So tell us what we should know.
How about 27? That's his jersey number.
Okay, that's another number.
And then 58 is Sir Anthony's number, which was also Luis's number. They wore 58 on the White Sox and Mariners respectively, and then they get traded for each other, and they're both keeping 58, which is just an amazing rarity. And at Numbers MLB tweeted that and actually added me, and I was honored because clearly I built this dorky, weird brand. But anyway.
It's a great brand.
Thank you. Taylor Ward, really exciting acquisition. To your point, Stace, only 7 homers this year. He had 36 last year, but from the looks of it on a Savant page, Baseball Reference, he's really changed up his approach this year. He's tied for the league lead in walks with 87. He's getting on base. He doesn't chase at all. So I think his praises have already been sung on the airwaves. It's an approach that I think the Mariners lineup could actually use. So it's a really cool acquisition. I just met him downstairs in the clubhouse. He will meet with the Seattle media at 2:45 in the dugout. So looking forward to getting to know him more as a person, but really excited to have him in the fold here.
I don't know if you know this, Alex. Maybe you could just speculate for me. Why would one change their approach after hitting 36 bombs?
Yeah, that's a more than fair question. I think, he was in Anaheim last year. He's playing in Baltimore this year, and obviously you only play half your games at home, but the very, very deep left field in Baltimore could have played a factor. I don't want to try to enter the mind of Taylor Ward, but it could have been a thing where he figured, I'm not going to hit 36 again. I'm just going to do my best to get on base. I mean, he got on base at a 317 clip last year, and he's all the way up to 383 this year, which is top 10 in the league. So I'm not really sure, but that's a theory.
Tell us a bit about Sir Anthony Dominguez. Now, we've obviously seen him in big moments here in Seattle. Justin Hollander described him as like a mid-leverage guy, and and I know that he's been used in all kinds of different situations, but what should we know?
Yeah, he's been a very successful reliever throughout his career, despite how Mariners fans know him with the Geno Grand Slam last year. But I remember when he came up with the Phillies in like 2018, he was dominant. He was a really good reliever, and he still is a very serviceable, like Justin said yesterday on Wyman and Bob, still a very good middle reliever, can give you some seventh innings, eighth innings occasionally. Like he was doing for the White Sox. But, yeah, he's a veteran presence. Again, a guy I just met downstairs, seems like a really good guy from the DR, and he's apparently buddies with Jose Ferrer, which is cool. But, it's really good to have another veteran presence down there, and I think we've all seen it this year. You know, the bullpen's been really good at times, but also could use more depth. So, great move by the front office.
Well, how would you grade or characterize the trade deadline? I thought I've been using the word responsible all day. I'm like, it was very responsible. They checked boxes and did what this team needed. I know people are always looking for like the big splash, but this team didn't necessarily need that.
Totally. And I was sitting right next to Justin during his interview yesterday, and I think the GM said it best. He said, if anyone's going to get in our way, it's not the Astros, it's not the Rangers, it's us, right? I think if the Mariners play up to their capabilities and what got them to Game 7 of the ALCS last year with, you know, mostly the same core, I think, you know, the sky's the limit for this team. There's no telling how far they can go, even all the way, if kind of all their pieces play to the back of their baseball cards. So blowing this thing up wouldn't have made any sense, especially with how the division is this season. Again, another thing that Justin touched on yesterday. Mariners are 2.5 games out of first place, and if they have even a decent August, you know, I think they put themselves in a really, really good spot.
Brendan Donovan, when he was added, was a very obvious leadoff man for the Mariners, and Cole Young has just firmly established himself as not just their hottest hitter, but as a really great fit for that role. So I guess my question isn't about, like, where's Brandon Donovan in the lineup? Because that's a Dan Wilson question ultimately, and a little more about kind of where and how he fits, and maybe a reminder of kind of who he is, because Alex, unfortunately for us and Brendan Donovan, it's been a long time since we've seen him out there.
Totally. Yeah, you said it best. When he did play, he was really good. He got on base at a 386 clip. He was a tremendous hitter all around. But, yeah, he's only played in 25 games, so would love to have him here for this stretch run in August and September. But I think you'll see, I mean, and again, I'm echoing Justin here. I think you'll see him at more than just third base where we saw him from the get-go this season, but I think you'll see him around the diamond a little bit. Like you said, I'm not sure where he'll fall in that lineup, but I think it could be anywhere from the top to the bottom, and it's a great piece to add back into the fold. But getting Brendan Donovan back, whether it's today or soon, and Taylor Ward is just a really cool, you know, one's a righty, one's a lefty, so there's some versatility there, but really excited to have them both back.
I love the Pareda move. What are we getting out of him?
Yeah, Johnny, I mean, we saw it. He played in about 20 games. He hit 270, couple bombs. One of them was very clutch here at T-Mobile Park. But I think the biggest thing with Johnny is he plays with so much energy. He's an awesome guy, kind of a guy. He's 30 years old, so spent a lot of times in the minors. But once those moves that were reported become official, we can't wait for Johnny to come back up. Awesome dude, and he's been in a bunch of organizations. That's what I think. I think the adversity that he's faced in getting to the big leagues. He was with the Cubs, the Red Sox, Giants, Reds, Marlins, A's, Twins before making his way to the Mariners. So that's the coolest part of Johnny's story.
Yeah, nice spark, and obviously a guy who earned his spot, and just for roster construction reasons, everyone assumed the kind of a tough decision for him. But happy to have him back up here. My last question for you is, the Mariners rounded out their roster by getting Ward, by bringing in another arm in Sir Anthony. They are adding a spark and adding a bit of offense and bringing back up Pareda, who was great in his time here. But like you said, and like Justin said, none of it really matters unless the big bats get going. So give us maybe something that you are watching outside of just like, oh, Cal hits more home runs. That's a good sign. But give us like a stat, something that you're watching with Julio, with Cal.
Yeah, I mean, I think the slugging against the fastball is something that I know Aaron Goldsmith feels particularly passionate about because he talks about it on our broadcast. But I think, more extra base hits, more balls over the fence on the fastball. They say, if you can't hit the fastball, you can't make it kind of thing. And obviously that's just a phrase and expression, but really it's true. I think hitting the fastball, being on time for it, sets yourself up better for the other pitches too. And then, so that's the stat I guess I'm looking for to improve the most. And then kind of the non-stat thing is that dugout energy. I think some of the new guys will provide that. New/guys who are being brought back, from Tacoma. I think, I know it's the major leagues. It's not a Disney movie, but I think having the energy and the passion and all that to go along with the talent is important.
He is Mariner Stats and Information's Alex Mayer. Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good one. This has been The Dugout. Wyman and Bob coming up next.
The Mariners have acquired.
The trade deadline is in the books. Where do the Mariners stand now?
Orioles outfielder Taylor Ward.
They get some offensive help they've been seeking. Most people thought they're going to get two guys. You're going to get a bullpen arm, and Sir Anthony fits a lot of that, and you're going to get a right-handed hitting, very competent pro.
You've got 87 walks, hitting 246. I'll take that right now for the Mariners.
Complete coverage at seattlesports.com and the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
August is always a time of excitement because football is back. But anyone that watches practice or preseason games knows how much work needs to be done before the season starts. If you're feeling the same about your home project, Harley Exteriors wants to help you get a head start on making sure your home is ready for fall football nights. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off your final project. Spend a few minutes with the folks at Harley Exteriors during your free estimate, and you'll realize you have a lot in common. They love our local teams, they're good at what they do, and they'll take care of your home. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home project this month and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires August 31st, 2026.
HarleyExteriors.com.
Pests and poor installation have something in common. One call to Eastside Exterminators takes care of both. For more than 50 years, families across Western Washington have trusted Eastside Exterminators to eliminate pests for good and protect homes from crawl space to attic. With dedicated installation services and the state's only smart pest detection technology. From Everett to Federal Way, one call handles it all. 425-482-2271 or visit EastsideExterminators.com. Eastside Exterminators, family first pest control.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal, book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How did you get 30, 30, bid you get 30, bid you get 20, 20, 20, bid you get 20, 20, bid you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250